and we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack.
Yeah, must be 7:30 somewhere. That's right. That's right. You guys are about to figure it out. I was trying to choke down the most disgusting dish I think my wife has made in years for dinner. For supper, I guess. It's kind of late for dinner. It's a recipe that she makes has made a few times, and it's really good. But she skipped a step or something this time. I don't know what the hell happened. It come out rough.
What you think about?
Robin Hood sent me. They told me to buy stock in Enron. Oh no. Oh no. I hate to break the news to you. But nah. I heard Bitcoin's on a little bit of a short, huh? Welcome. I did not. Like, there is a lot of things that I would eat, even though they are bad. I took one bite of this. It took my damn breath. I thought it gave me the COVID. I didn't know what the hell happened. There's probably better men than me, but I haven't met one yet, and I wouldn't eat it. So that's all I can say about it. Yeah, Musk and the guy Jack who owns Twitter, who's the CEO of Twitter or whatever, they both mentioned it, but it was there were people bitching about it taking a dive earlier or just a few minutes ago. I don't know. I haven't actually looked. I was just going off what Twitter was saying. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome. Just getting settled here. Disha. All these QAnon people have been wondering what all the activity down around Gitmo was. That's actually them delivering COVID-19 vaccines for the 9/11 terrorists. They're getting the vaccine next week, so that's what all the activity's been. They've been sending down there a nurse and a doctor and a refrigerated COVID vaccine, you know. Only the best. I'm gonna look right now. I mean, yeah, it took a. It brought it up now, I guess. It's been pretty. It hasn't been that. It took a dip there, 12:30. Overnight, and then started moving around. I can see where Musk tweeted. He tweeted at 4 a.m., so yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it'll be all right. We're going to talk some more about the stock market probably tonight just because it's current events, but people made a lot of money. I guess they're going to fucking investigate them, but the FTC did finally make a statement on they would be investigating the apps as well as the hedge funds. It's not all about the Reddit bros who messed up their grift. One guy in there, I think what is his thing? I forget what his handle is over there, but on the Reddit, but his he was making up like $34 million or some shit. Like, it was crazy. No, we have members in our Discord that made some all right money, I guess. I mean, an extra house payment or here or there, whatever. Millionaires, I don't know any of them personally, but there are people saying that those people, the people that are up millions, could have been rival companies. Who knows?
When you're born into a fire, let 'em burn.
All right, guys, let me make sure the animations are connected, and we should be ready to go.
They wanna let the world decay.
And AMC is no longer bankrupt, I guess. They saved the company AMC Theaters.
Feel betrayed.
All right, here we go. What's up, guys? I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thanks for joining us again. It's a Friday. I guess that's about all I can say about it. I put out a video today. It didn't do so well, but if you saw it, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. It was just a fake movie trailer for Baked Alaska. I thought it was funny, but it didn't do so well. So we'll try something else next time. Either way. We got a stream tonight going on. We'll see what happens. There should be some protests headed into the weekend, especially when we start getting later and we're talking about West Coast. They ought to be protesting immigration or not immigration or life or death or police or no police or something. They'll be protesting something out there. But first, we'll look at some local news stories and see what's going on. We'll talk some current events and see what's happening. I don't want to talk about Bitcoin. I just accidentally left it up. How's everybody else doing tonight? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Let's see. First of all, I want to address this conspiracy. And please stop sending this to me. I know I've seen it. I'm addressing it, okay? This has been sent over and over and over again to me. So let's check it out and see what it is. It says Biden signing blank executive orders.
Look at this. He's supposed to be signing executive orders.
Oh, hold on. I got to sped up, of course. Here we go.
He is supposed to be signing executive orders.
Next one is reference about.
Where's the writing? There's no writing on there. There is nothing on that paper for these executive orders. Look at him. He's not even holding it up and showing it. These people are faking this.
That's right.
No lettering. Look, no lettering. He's just signing.
To be in the mindset that they couldn't even write the word Biden 10,000 times, that they would actually send a blank paper out there for him to sign, and that's going to be your proof that R exists. I don't know about you, lady.
Signing that. Blank papers. Y'all, look. Fake president. Fake executive orders.
Yeah, normally a president would show them to the cameras. Trump always did. He held it up, let them have their photo opportunity, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it might be because he's got so many, or maybe Biden's just not going to do that kind of thing. That's why he's kind of saying it out loud, I guess, and passing them around. Because the when he signs it, the press usually already has a copy that they've sent out and emailed out already. But yeah, Trump always held him up.
Another Nazi crook.
Oh, look at that Nazi crook.
You tell me. And I'm going to tell you something. They don't even look like the White House to me. It don't even sound like the White House. It don't even have an echo to it like it's...
So considering we're watching this on a 1982 Nokia fucking car phone straight from Japan, you would think she would begin to doubt the validity of this. I know she's got it on her TV, but still, the white balance is off. So the contrast and saturation are fucked with, or the white balance is up or off or something. I'm going to show you how easily you can do this. Hold on just a second.
Nothing on the paper. Look at that. Nothing. And this is supposed to be the executive orders he's signing. Oh, they are faking everybody. This is ridiculous.
So everybody makes fun of my accent, but that's the way people around me fucking sound. Like where I live, that's the way people talk. If you go up the mountain just a little bit. Anyways, here is the executive orders he signed. Here's a still of it. And if we just go down here, I can literally do magic in front of your eyes. So if you take, let's see, open up the filters. I can't adjust the white balance because it's not my photo. But if I go down here, I can turn up the brightness a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. See how that washes it out, though? So I can fix that with saturation and bring some colors back, and then bring some brightness out, and then bring some colors back. We can just make it disappear. It would be a lot easier. I can also bring the contrast up. I can do all kinds of shit. Look, there he is, but he's cold and dead. Do you think he's cold and dead? Oh, but yeah, it's just oh, there he is. He's the devil. Look at him. Look at him being the devil. It's just the white balance on whatever she's watching. It's the screen that she's using. It's how they don't work together. Yeah, they're not blank. I mean, there are still photos from the same day, and there's a camera over at the side where you can actually see the lettering in it if you get a good quality photo, and you're watching on a different screen. So, and it's kind of small text and small print. It's got the seal down there at the bottom. All the shit is supposed to have. So that's it. It had nothing to do with it. So stop sending me that video. I've seen it. It keeps coming by. Simon has some updates for us. First one right off the bat. Today his page was banned from Facebook today. I hate that. By the way, keep your ears to the ground for Hunter Biden taking a plea deal. I don't know when they'll announce it, but if you guys have seen that video that I pulled up, there's a video that they made private where you can hear someone's voice that sounds like Hunter Biden. I can't say for sure that it's him. I showed it a few days ago, where he says, while we're talking on the subject of my life, I agreed to a plea sentence. So let's keep your ears to the ground for that. They might, now that they think people are onto it, they might wait a month or 2 or 5. But if he takes a plea deal in that case, we'll know that was him. But he says banned from Facebook. I've just been banned from Facebook. He got banned from YouTube the day I put out my last Simon video. No more updates there. I guess that was yesterday, right? Or day before yesterday. No more updates there. Please check the website and the following platforms. He does have a Telegram where I can show you his Telegram. I follow it too. Well, I don't follow it. I have to open it like this, I guess. Hold on. Go to web address. Open a Telegram desktop. There it is. And he basically just shares the same shit that's on his website. I guess this is just for people who want to do it on mobile without going to his website. There's really nothing different on here than there is anywhere else. You can't comment. You can't speak about it. Nothing. It's the same shit. If we go back to his website and see what his other updates for today is. He did one of these streams. I usually don't watch these streams, and we can check it out real quick, but typically this is the guy that supplies his CBD oil, so it's just kind of like a commercial.
See the history, see the journey, see where we were at, and celebrate it, and see if we can squeeze any new little deals out of them for Connecting Conscious members. So first of all, I think
yeah, that's like That's like the constitutional debt. What's it called? That desk is called something, and it was built like for some of the older fucking presidents when people were smaller or some shit. It's a dainty little desk. He looks like a fucking giant.
Everyone knows you, Kim, but just quickly introduce yourself, please.
Hi, Kim Kindersley, and we've been working on all sorts of things, but with the CBD, we've been on this journey for about 4 or 5 years with Michael Lynch and his family farm in Ireland, and I suppose we opened exactly a month ago now it is, and it's, we've just been utterly astounded by the incredible reaction. So much so that we were a bit taken aback, and I want to apologize for any delays in the shipping, but we've now caught up with it, and we're completely organized moving forward with the shipping and fulfillment. And we've been working around the clock, and Mike's been stripping the flour, and an amazing team of people have gathered.
Old Resolute is the
farm. And that's one of the great aspects.
Is the desk in the Oval Office.
People have now got.
What is the name of the small desk?
It's feeling really solid and secure, and we're just so delighted moving forward.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, I think everyone will understand with Brexit, and of course, there's been an issue with Ireland. Everyone's aware of that, so there has been delays. Then I think that's understood. We won't mention the person's name, but you told me off air that one of the CC members had actually been on the farm and helped.
Yeah. Oh, that was so. But that's a beautiful aspect of this. We got this wonderful letter from one of the CC members who happened to be one of the volunteers for the harvest, so had experienced.
I may actually be wrong. I thought that was an old desk, but here they are making memes about it, and no one says, "Oh, well, by the way, that was like that's a special desk from like the fucking, I don't know. That was fucking 1800s or some shit." That's what I was under the impression of. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not that unusual for the president to sign things at a tiny desk. So there's tiny desk all over. Even Bill Clinton at a tiny desk. There's Obama. There's Bill Clinton. I for some reason I was thinking that was like an old ass fucking like antique piece. Maybe I'm wrong.
For herself, actually, that this is more than real. It's really vibrant and
got him canceled. That's right.
So that was really beautiful. And then I discovered quite a few CC members.
Let's jump up. Let's see what they got.
Face helping his dad do the.
See, it's just all CBD. It's not interesting at all.
Website straight to you guys.
I think we got it.
I wonder how much. I wonder how much their CBD is.
Couple of days
check it out.
The big discount carries on. After that, still a really good one, but then.
Yes, I'm 18. Is there going to be nudity? I hope so. Where is Simon at? Fully nude. It's 47 euros for 4% CBD, 30 mil. And then there's also sacred oil. In case you want sacred oil for those sacred events. I have no idea what that is, but that's actually Simon's logo on that bottle. So this is more than just a branding deal or like an advertising deal or where he's getting a cut of every sale. He's got his logo on the bottle. So maybe this is something more. I don't know. It doesn't really say right there. Connecting consciousness is always sought to promote true products. Simon's actually on intergalacticfarmersonly.com. That's a little bit of a different site.
Real value will be the subscriptions. There'll be a finite amount.
All right, let's do this. Since Simon doesn't have shit to show us, let's go to Charlie Ward.
Obviously, it's connecting consciousness, but connecting consciousness.
Oh, where's his? Oh, it's Dr. Charlie Ward. I apologize. I was about to say, where's his channel? Danny Karma discusses with Charlie Ward. I don't know who Danny Karma is. Tom Numbers is back. That's that psychopath that all he wants to do is talk about different numbers. Nicholas Vienneman. And this one was from yesterday. Who's Nicholas Vienneman? Yeah, well, $47 is pretty high. Well, 47 euros is actually more than $47. It's pretty high. They say a CBD oil here locally, but I don't know. And it's a higher. I think we're allowed to have that's hemp. I don't know what percentage we're allowed to have in Tennessee, but it's cheaper than that, and it's higher percentage than that. Let's see what we got. See what Charlie's got. Wait for the icebreaker.
Hi, it's Justin, and I hope you're enjoying my dad's videos. Make sure to share this video with family and friends, like and subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you get notified for all my dad's new videos. My social media will be tagged down below so you can follow it. And just remember, Jesus loves you.
Hi guys, just to let you know, we've got a brand new website, drcharlieward.com, where all our videos will be loaded over the next few weeks, and you'll be able to view all of those there's no charge for watching any of those. We've moved them all onto our own platform because
subscribe to me and Charlie's BitChute channels.
Oh, I saw this guy on one of his videos. Yeah. I saw an interview. I guess it was on this guy's channel, though.
YouTube channels and to the JasaraClub.com. We're now both on Telegram as well. We've got Telegram channels. The links are below in the description. Follow us.
That's his kid, but doesn't he seem kind of old to have a kid so young? Because I know he's got adult children too. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
There, Charlie, how are you? What's been happening?
Yeah, I'm good. This is the weekend, isn't it? This weekend is very important. Is as part of the show. Just for those who've joined, because our numbers have gone up incredibly, yours and mine. I want to just do a brief recap on the journey as to where we are right now and where we came from. It started 7 years ago in my case, where I was talking to an ambassador, a US ambassador who I know very, very well, still know him to this day.
Someone's yelling in the background of this video.
YouTube channels and to the JasaraClub.com. We're now both on Telegram as well. We've got Telegram.
Someone's
channels.
yelling in the
links
back
are
of
below
this.
in the description. Follow us on there. Charlie, how are you? What's been happening?
Yeah, I'm good. This is the weekend, isn't it? This weekend is very important. Is as part of the show. Just for those who've joined, because our numbers have gone up incredibly, yours and mine. I want to just do a brief recap on the journey as to where we are right now and where we came from. It started 7 years ago in my case, where I was talking to an ambassador, a US ambassador who I know very, very well, still know him to this day. He informed me 7.
Do you guys hear that? Someone is yelling in the background of it. Sounds like Charlie's audio.
Years ago, that they were going to shut down the world for a global financial reset. That was 7 years ago, and I'd sort of dismissed it, I'll be honest with you. And then 3 years ago, he said to me, "Oh, we're getting very close now. We've got Trump into power. We'll be doing it very, very soon." And never thought any more of it. And then in November 2019, he said to me, "We're going to do it next year. We're going to shut down the world's economy. We're going to close the world's economy for a global financial reset. And we're going to introduce the quantum financial system." So that was the start of this journey. So back in March of this year, suddenly this virus appears and everybody's scared to death of this virus out of Wuhan. And I got straight back in contact with him and said to him, "Are you going to shut down the world's economy with a virus?" And he said,
I don't know what that
we'll
yelling
start
was.
off with the virus, and then we'll have a vaccine, and then we'll have issues
That
with
was
5G,
strange.
and then we'll have some riots, and we'll have an alien invasion. And this was back in February, March of this year.
It honestly, like, I'm not trying to play it up or nothing. It sounded like someone was yelling like "yo" or "no" and then other words with it. I don't know what it was. I hope it's a disgruntled or a non-believer.
Yeah, he told me this. And I started doing my videos when I was out having my walks along the seafront. And I normally do a 10K walk every single day. I haven't done recently, but I've been too busy.
By the way, I just killed my camera because I got the new shirt on. We the people are pissed off. We the people are pissed off.
Well, that's my excuse. And so I started telling people back in February, March of last year what was happening, that this was the virus, the vaccine. It was all a smokescreen for the global financial reset. I was completely unaware at that stage.
That's his whole background again. We're not going to listen to that shit.
9 days of darkness so far. Just saying.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when I was reading mainstream media, Charlie, they were saying that they want to impeach Donald Trump, who they apparently believe, who's no longer president, because
no longer
him from becoming a president in the future if he was to run again. But then
let me ask you this. If the deep state truly believes that Joe Biden, they know because they're fixing to get arrested, Joe Biden's an illegitimate president, and the military's in charge, and everybody knows, they're just hiding it from us poor, low-level people. Why are they trying to bar him from running again? If he won and he's president, he wouldn't need to run again. He can't run again because he's already run twice. So why are they doing the impeachment? Why are they trying to censure him? Why would that even be a suggestion? Seems silly.
You and I read the impeachment laws. What does it say?
It's very, very clear. You can't impeach somebody that's not in the office of president. But if you look at Donald Trump's, which he published himself, the document that says the former office of president or the former president, look at the logo above it, and you'll find that it matches the logo of the Constitution. I've said right from day one.
Oh man, this is big news, Charlie.
Is to move us away from constitutional. Move us away from maritime and admiralty law back.
The guy's yelling again.
Common law. And when you move us away from one law to another.
Are we about to see Charlie get assassinated by a true believer?
You bring into play what's in.
What was that? Now they're slamming doors. Hold on. There's shit going on at Charlie's house. Is he getting raided by the FBI?
From maritime and admiralty law back to constitutional and common law. And when you move
like
us
a man.
away from one law to another, you bring into play what's written in Nasara. And I've said that we're moving into Nasara and Jasara. Whether it's called that or not, it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not precious about the name.
Now they're whistling.
It's a format. And that's where we're moving right now. And I said as a joke 6 months ago, he'll probably call it the Trump-Sara Party. But he hasn't. What he's called it is the Patriots Party.
No, he hasn't. He's distanced himself from that.
I suppose if at this moment in time, he has stood down from the corporation, because the corporation of the United States of America.
That's good, mullet baby. That is good.
You can find out the information about the bankruptcy at Companies House in London. The United States government corporation was shut down. It's bankrupt. It's been declared bankrupt.
That's not true. That's a Chinese corporation named the United States Company.
Are the Chinese Communist Party and Saudi Arabia. That's all documented. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. And
I got that link. Thank you.
Know what assets the United States had, because all the money had been laundered by the deep state and the cabal through the Federal Reserve. and through the banking systems, the corrupt banking systems. The only money that was actually left
I'm so much more interested in what the fuck is going on in the background. Is his house being repossessed?
was the pension fund, the federal pension fund.
They're just
That's
loading shit
gone.
up.
Not just in America, worldwide, because the European Union is bankrupt. The United Kingdom is bankrupt because the deep state bankrupted the world because they wanted total control over you and I. And Donald Trump came along and put a stop
By the way, if anybody wants a "We the People Are Pissed Off" t-shirt, let me know.
to it. And they're not very happy
It's the
about
one
it.
I'm
They put up
wearing.
one hell of a fight.
Yeah.
But we're moving very, very nicely forward now. But the impeachment that they're trying to put on him, that tells you that Pelosi knows he's still the president, but he's not the president of the corporation, and he's not the president. Well,
I don't know what's going on. Now it sounds like they're breaking a rack of pool balls. Like, it's your break, crack, and then all the balls go everywhere and they bounce around and shit. I don't know what's going on in the background, but constitutional lawyers have been arguing this. Can you impeach a non-sitting president? So Rand Paul tried to argue this and tried to get it thrown out as unconstitutional. So the argument is some people say, no, you can't impeach a civilian, which is technically true. But some people say, yes, you can, as long as you start it when they're the sitting president. So they started the articles of impeachment in the House when he was still president. And that's what they're going on. Now, if they get a conviction and say Trump can never run again and Trump wants to fight it, he could probably take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would be the ultimate law of the land who would say whether it's constitutional or not. But there's some serious shit going on in the background of this video. Have you already had a soda today? Because you want it all gone. Oh, the other one's all gone? But you're only supposed to have one a day. Go ask mom. Take it to mommy and ask her. I know you're hot. I know you're hot. Go ahead and take it to mommy. Stay out of the studio. This is a serious work environment.
of the new party yet, because it hasn't been publicly acknowledged yet. There'll be an inauguration to that party.
Now it sounds, you know what it honestly sounds like? When I heard that, it brought back memories. It sounds like a crew, probably a couple guys when I say crew, but it sounds like scaffold builders. Like they're knocking the pins down in the scaffolding. I don't know if any of you guys ever worked construction, but the way scaffolding poles worked, like the crossbars, the way they knock the pins down in them, that's what it sounds like. Because I can hear the pins rattle, and then I can hear someone hit it, and the pins go in. I swear that's what it sounds like. Building a panic room at Charlie's house, bring the lotion. That's right. Simon's already in there with his alien wife. That's where he goes to meet her so his real wife doesn't walk in.
I'm guessing on the 4th of March. I'm guessing because that's in the
gym, maybe.
Constitution.
Yeah.
But the
could be weights lifting too. You're right.
He was the acting president or something else at the moment.
So he's the apparently they've signed the Patriot Party. It's been incorporated on the 22nd of January.
That's correct.
And it said President Trump on it, you know, and like you said, it will be a continuation from the old system, not this corrupt system. So
Correct.
he won't be the 46th president. He will be, he won't continue being the 45th president. He will be the 19th president.
19th president of the Constitution.
That's
yeah,
right.
the original Constitution.
Yeah, so very clearly, if they're trying, the impeachment law is only restricted in order for anyone to take action.
The plan is just trust me and send me all your money, and I'll take care of you. That's the plan.
For any person that's holding an office in government. So the fact that they're pushing for this impeachment and they believe that they can enforce it onto a body only means that they acknowledge, Donald Trump as a president.
100%. 100%.
You know?
And the fact that they've turned the White House into a prison now, I can say categorically that the new powerhouse of America will not be in Washington, D.C. there will be a new centre. I'm not allowed to say where it is because I'm under an NDA, but I can assure you it won't be in Washington, D.C.
Can I guess?
Did he just say he's under an NDA? Or what? Hold on.
100%. 100%.
You know,
And the fact that they've turned the White House into a prison now, I can say categorically that the new powerhouse of America will not be in Washington, D.C. There will be a new centre. I'm not allowed to say where it is because I'm under an NDA, but I can assure you it won't be.
He's under an NDA with some guy who just calls him and gives him intel? Like, I know I'm betraying the country, our president, everyone around me, the intel community, and the soldiers I serve with. But I'm going to make you, sir, give me a paper trail of me cheating. So, yeah, we're gonna need you to sign this NDA.
In Washington, D.C.
can I guess?
You can guess all day long.
I wish this guy would stop talking all soft and sexy to me. It's starting to bother me. I don't know what he's got going on there, but I do not agree with it.
I was good. That was my next one of my questions, actually, Charlie. Because when we look at, I think it's Mar-a-Lago, right? Again, it's only what I think because of the research that I've done. I can't remember the woman that built it in the 1920s in Mar-a-Lago, but it was purposely built for former presidents and also current presidents who want to go on holiday and have like a retreat, a presidential retreat. And it has a bunker inside. Underneath it has a skiff, and this is what the deep state don't like. They know that Trump has a skiff there where he can have board meetings very, very, privately and, high secured. So where he can be planning, with the military. So, it's called the Winter White House. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that's a possibility, Charlie?
Look,
Well, I mean, that's a nickname. But hold on. Mar-a-Lago was a resort originally, and then it was like an upper end community, and like with guest houses. But there was actually limitations on how long you could stay there. It was almost like a timeshare, but you owned the shit, but you had limitations for how long people could stay there. It's only been called the Winter White House since Trump started doing that. What is he talking about? It wasn't built for the president. It was a resort. I think it's like a national landmark as well. And the person who built it, if I'm not mistaken, is like was the heir to like the Post cereal brand or some shit like that. I don't know. Maybe it was as a Winter White House. I guess.
it's a beautiful resort. I personally think it will be somewhere else.
Oh, they gave it to the government?
Let's wait and see. I don't know.
To the 1979.
Okay. Now, very interestingly, Charlie,
Jimmy Carter sold it. Okay.
I heard
Okay.
that a little bit.
I was very confused.
A general.
But does it have a bunker and shit in it? Let's look. I guess it would have to with Trump being there this whole winter. It's got a bomb shelter. Let's see. Little known Mar-a-Lago bomb shelters. Post heiress Marjorie Merriweather Post commissioned Mar-a-Lago to be built on 17 acres between the Atlantic Ocean and the Intercoastal Waterway. Mar-a-Lago's flagpole and coat of arms have drawn attention, but not so much has been said about its Red Scare era bomb shelter, hidden inside the hedges bordering President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The shelters now could provide an added sense of security for cabinet members and international leaders joining the president on his Palm Beach weekends. In fact, Mar-a-Lago is home to 3 bomb shelters, along with dozens of bedrooms, more than 24 bathrooms, 2 pools, and a walkway that runs under the South Ocean Boulevard to the beach. The bomb shelters are no secret. Serial heiress Marjorie Merriweather Post, who built Mar-a-Lago in 1927, had the bomb shelters installed during the Korean War. They were mentioned in nearly every Palm Beach Post report on the sale of Mar-a-Lago to Trump in the mid-1980s. Okay, so Trump owns it. Jimmy Carter sold it. Trump owns it now, and there are bomb shelters. I don't know if it's like up to the, especially if it was built in the 70s, and the presidential bunker, they go through like every 2 years and like update the security features and the NBC shit and all that stuff. So I don't know if it's still up to that scale, but still, it's pretty neat. Did anybody grow up and that's now old enough to where like your family was scared and like to the point to where you were like backyard bunkers were a thing, right, during the Cold War? Any of you guys have family that did that? Like build a bunker and stuff? I mean, it would be nice to have now, wouldn't it?
Spoke to you and confirmed that we are in the 10 days of darkness. Now, when we look at, the situation right now, Trump's gone, we've got president, I don't even want to call him president, but we've got Biden as president. This is the darkest, when you think about it logically.
So I've heard about Hoover getting caught in drag, but I didn't know he got caught at Mar-a-Lago.
This is the darkest time we've ever been in. And then when I heard that from you, I thought, wow, actually, that makes sense. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, with all the intel we get, you and I do an awful lot of research to try and find out the truth. And one of the things that happens is when you've got a big following, you do get access to some very good people. But as with the art of war, they can often give you information to distract from what they're really doing.
We had 50 guns and said.
I was told firsthand that we were in the 10 days of darkness from the 20th to the 30th, and that Saturday would be a big day. That's what I was told.
It is. Somebody just said friends have done them with shipping crates. Pretty expensive with ventilation and stuff. It is. It's very expensive. I've actually worked on a couple projects. Most people don't know this, but I'm a millwright by trade. So like alignment and motors and pumps and shafts and fucking all that shit. So I've actually worked on a couple of ventilation pumps that were put in for, this guy made a home out of shipping containers, and it was kind of like 4 wide, and then it was 2 on top that were spaced out, and then 2 that bridged those with like a gap in between, and he had a rooftop garden in that gap, and you could look down on it from the 2 main bedrooms that were the very top 2. Anyways, underneath all that, he had one that was buried. That was like a panic room that could be accessed from all of the 4 down below through the closets. The way the closets were set up, they had trap doors in them, and it was pretty cool. But I worked on so we set the pump and aligned some shit. But yeah, not counting his house that was built out of shipping containers. Just the buried one was extremely expensive. I have a dream, like I want a house, like because I work so long in like industrial maintenance and shit like that, turbines. I want to build a house out of either shipping containers or just one big metal like garage building, and I'm going to have everything exposed. So like the nice, like you see in modern restaurants, the nice exposed like air ducts, like HVAC ducts, like the spiral wound insulated AC ducts, and then like all the wires and shit to be like ran in conduit and ran down. I think that'd be a really cool house to have it like industrial looking. But that shit is expensive. But I would like to do that as a project. The whole thing would be fun.
We'll have to wait and see if that is the truth or whether it's a distraction.
School bus, that is pretty sweet.
I don't know, but I'm very relaxed and very calm about it, and looking forward to Saturday. And I'm so relaxed about it, I'm playing golf.
My dad's friend was pissed.
It's amazing. Joining Trump. Well, that's a sign. Did you see the video of yesterday that was circulating around?
By the way, he claims that he's friends with Trump, and Trump like sent him fucking gifts and shit, and these cufflinks that you could buy on eBay. You guys remember that? So he still claims that when this is all settled, and he can finally, there's no secret anymore, and it's not like him being seen with Trump wouldn't give the whole thing away, even though he's broadcasting it to hundreds of thousands of people, him and Simon, every day. He claims that him and Trump are going to be like hanging out in Florida and just fucking shooting the shit.
Around when Trump was playing golf and he was walking out. Did you see that?
Yes.
And the guy says to him, Mr.
Well done.
President, thank you for your services. And he says, we haven't finished yet.
Yeah. We've only just started.
Yeah, I've heard about that too, heavy
Everything's
fisted.
there in plain sight. But when you're taking down an enemy that's that evil, you
That's
have to be
cool.
very,
Your
very
family was issued some.
because they're dangerous. The battle is actually won. I can assure you of that. We're just seeing the pantomime to allow people to wake.
The battle's already won, I can assure you. The rest of this is just a big show, just so you'll doubt it all and maybe Minecraft yourself because you're so depressed that your R theory didn't come through, and just to add some theater to the whole thing. We could have just said, "Hey, look, we know that you guys are criminals, so we really won the election," and stopped it right there. But instead, we're going to wait until about March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, somewhere around there, of either this year or next year or the one after. And then we're going to come out and announce it all at once. It'll be amazing.
Absolutely. I was going to ask you another question, and I bloody forgot.
Yeah. The golf put you off.
No, just before you brought up the golf, I had something else in my mind, and I went blank there.
Yeah, one of the most important things for everybody to understand is at this moment in time, the United States of America is under military control. It is not under the control of Trump or of Biden. It's under military control.
You keep saying that, but no one sees
The
it.
military will be in constant dialogue with certain people, but the military are in control.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you.
Does that mean does certain people mean that you're hooked up with the R military? Are you the leader of the R-tards? He's Grand Emperor of the R-tards.
That's why I have a pen, because I have to write things down when we're talking. I don't like interrupting people, so I need to be writing things down because by the time they finish, I might forget. So now with the White House, we've seen the White House, and there's been a blackout for a good few days. We've seen the live stream.
I don't think Charlie ever changes shirts. I think he changes stickers because there's always a different sticker on his shirt, and they keep getting bigger and more elaborate. This one's got a fucking airplane and a crown, and it's got some wreathage around. I don't know. They keep getting more and more elaborate. They started out as just a little, it almost like a little polo logo, but you could barely see it on the camera. But they keep getting bigger and bigger.
Stream. We've seen also other live streams showing that there's lots of cars and coaches and buses. Can you tell us more about that? With what may be going on there as well?
I don't know, is the honest answer.
Not really. I don't think it's weird that Biden isn't traveling anywhere. One, because a lot of presidents that come after a tumultuous presidency, that they're telling their base they got to fix this, fix that, fix this, fix this, fix that. They got to go to work right immediately. And the fact that we got COVID going on and he has to at least act like it's real because they've pumped it up and pumped it up and pumped it up and pumped it up. I don't think it's strange they haven't went anywhere yet.
But we've got people on the ground. We've got boots. I've got 3 contacts on the ground that I've asked to investigate, and I'm sure they'll come back to me with information. I was expecting to get it last night. It didn't happen.
Oh, shit. He's got 3 boots on the ground. He's got 3 boots on the ground, which means he has 1 man and 1 half man. I hope that one guy with 1 leg doesn't get an ass-kicking contest. He will be fucked.
There's no point making stuff up. I'll wait until they come back to me with the truth.
Yes. And how about the list of dead people?
Well, that's
Charlie's the Grand General of the R-tards.
very interesting, isn't it, Nick? Suddenly, in the 10 days or 9 days that that Biden has claimed to be in power, a huge list that you and I have received of people who've had heart attacks or died suddenly. It's not just 1 or 2. Very prominent people from governments all around the world. We were told that this weekend is suicide weekend. So let's wait and see what that means. I don't know what that means. Let's wait and see.
We've been told that this weekend is Minecraft weekend. No one told me, and I've been waiting on it. I've got a bottle of Jack and a bottle of sleeping pills. I was just waiting for the announcement. I figured there'd be a siren go off like the Purge or something. Jesus Christ. This weekend's Minecraft weekend. Did anybody tell you guys?
List that we received.
They're gonna have a bunch of R-tards go out like Heaven's Gate. Shiny tennis shoes pointed up towards the sky Like, they better stop fucking around with this.
I actually Googled about 10 names and they were all dead. They never specified the cause
Correct.
of their death. But when I made sure I checked the dates.
Yeah.
And I can confirm that these are politicians from all around the world, in Australia as well,
Yeah.
in the UK and in the US and all around. And it's happening. You know, we don't know what the cause is, but so many
I do.
in government have died. Sorry?
I know what the cause was.
General Flynn's brother's appointment was military appointment. It has to be signed off on by Congress, and the president could have stepped in and stopped it, but he didn't.
Go on then, tell us.
COVID-19, obvious, isn't it? That way you don't need to do a post-mortem or anything. Just put down
Absolutely.
COVID-19. That'll be fine. Nobody will ask any questions.
Exactly. Forget the cold doesn't exist anymore, Charlie.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
Ooh, Rolo, you still play Stadia? I always knew there was something about you I didn't like. I'm just fucking with you.
Doesn't exist. You know.
Okay.
I've never even touched one. I've heard people talk shit about it.
Created a small little hole, and the Congress and everyone they've all gone in it.
Yep. Every single time he's dug a hole, they've all jumped in with both feet and taken all their friends with them. I mean, you couldn't write the script any better. It's been played. The plan. I was told to trust the plan, personally, verbally.
Yeah.
Trust the plan. Everything's under control.
Now, when
Don't be out here dead naming people. Out here saying Cassius Clay. He converted, okay?
I said that I forgot to ask something, actually. It was actually about General Flynn. I just remembered. Now, I saw a video on the 31st of December by General Flynn. And he said, I wish Donald Trump would just say it as it is. But he did in his own way and his own style. Now, what General Flynn was referring to was, why doesn't Donald Trump tell people that he's building up public opinion? He needs 30 days to build up public opinion. But General Flynn didn't specify as to whether the 30 days was...
Yeah, but R is what we use for that letter before R. I can't say that because the YouTube algorithm picks it up and starts banning my video. So I can't say the letter before R.
From December the 31st to January, the end of January, or 30 days, meaning from the inauguration to the 20th of February. Now, so something seems to be, you know, going to happen around that timeline because Trump is building up public opinion. Have you heard anything like that, Charlie?
Anything to do with timelines, I try and avoid because I know the destination. I just don't know the journey all the time. We try and pick out timelines, and the danger of that is.
So anything, yeah, I said dead naming. That's why you call me Will and not Linda. That's why the name Linda is banned in our chat. I won't be dad named here. Anything that has a specific timeline to it, Charlie avoids because you can bust him with that. We're like, look, you said it was popcorn weekend. Why the fuck weren't we eating popcorn? All we did was watch a president that no one liked get inaugurated. You said they were going to be arrested. You said popcorn weekend. Oh, it's popcorn day. Stock up on the popcorn, and then you come out and told us that you saw the inauguration almost 10 hours before the rest of the world, and you didn't fucking tell us. You just held on to it till that evening and then told us. Oh, I told some people, but I can't tell you who. What the fuck?
It breaks people's spirit. But it flushes out the plastic patriots, definitely. That's a good thing. There's been a few of those around, which you and I know. But no, don't focus on the timelines. Focus on the end goal. The destination, we know we're going to get there. This is pantomime. The battle is already won. Just be calm, stay out of harm's way, and thank God that Trump is leading us forward. That's all I say.
I know. I think it's amazing. I think it's a miracle, and it's. I can't wait, Charlie, to
Yeah.
see the results. And you know, the truth comes out that everything, the pandemic, you know, the pandemic scams executive order, by the way, that he signed on the 5th of January, which means there's going to be an investigation and some form of disclosure coming soon.
Yep.
But everything has timing.
Yep.
Everything is
And
timing.
that's the most important thing. You and I don't know the timescale, and it's dangerous to second guess it because it's being managed to an absolute T.
Like we said last time, there's
Oh,
probably
the
only
Biden remorse
50%
shit is
that
funny.
actually know the timeline, and probably they don't even know exactly because
No.
there's so many variables, so many options. But we can only, out of curiosity and because we're passionate about this and we want the good of humanity, we're so
Wanda is the name of Mariah's favorite. Wanda.
eager to guess.
You have to ask Mariah about that one.
There is one person who you can contact that does know the exact time, and that's God.
Mhm.
So if you get in contact with him, I'm sure he'll tell you.
Oh, Charlie. Well, listen, it was beautiful.
Oh,
to
thank
catch up
you,
with
Yvette.
Yeah.
And
I
for
appreciate
everyone
it.
that's listening, share this video with your family and friends, and subscribe to our YouTube channels and our Telegrams and BitChute. The links are below.
Please don't. Please don't. Just watch it here. The more eyes you put on these people, the more money they make. And you're going to say, but wait, they're not monetized. But wait, they don't do this. But wait, I've never sent them money. In today's age, eyeballs equals money. Even if you're not sending them no money, if they've got enough eyes on them, they'll find the money somewhere. Let's see what's happening over on... Actually, no, hold on. He had another video. What was the other one? I wish he would do another video with a woman. He's really creepy when he has women on. I'm not watching this autist talk about numbers. I don't give a damn if his name is Tom Numbers. I don't need him looking through the camera and telling me what the thread count of my shirt is and how it relates back to 17. Who is this guy? Danny Karma? Oh God, turn it down, the icebreaker. I just saved you.
Hi, it's Justin, and I hope you're enjoying my dad's videos. Make sure to share this video with family and friends, like and subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you get notified for all my dad's new videos. My social media will be tagged down.
I've tried to find this kid right here on TikTok. I wouldn't be mean to him because he's just a kid, and it's not his fault. His dad's like a nut job. But I just wanted to see if like any of the conspiracies were like in his videos as well. I can't find him on TikTok.
Down below so you can follow it, and just remember, Jesus loves you.
Hi guys, just to let you know, we've got a brand new website, drcharlieward.com, where all our videos will be
Guess
loaded
what they're
over the
selling?
next few weeks.
Gold and
you'll be
silver
able to view all of
bullion.
those, there's no charge for watching any of those. We've moved them all onto our own platform because all the doctor ones, which are very, very good advice, but it's just what I have done.
With Joe Biden in the movie studio, it's very cloudy, but they're spraying a lot. So
Oh, this guy looks like a nut.
How are you,
With
buddy?
a drug
Nice to
rug
see you
behind him. What's going on?
Nice to see you again. Well, I had the vaccine, Charlie, and I
The unicorn. Exactly.
What the hell is going on in the world? Jesus, it's absolutely incredible what's going on right now.
I sound like Joe Dirt.
Yeah, isn't
Well,
it misty?
you'll have
rain as
that
well?
sometimes.
Clouded?
No, it's not here. It has been, but it's not today. It's a beautiful, clear sky today.
Oh wow, here it isn't. No, it's very cloudy, but they're spraying a lot,
I usually get people telling me I sound like Forrest Gump.
so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. We had a fair amount of spraying in the last few days. I've noticed it.
Well, yeah, exciting times. I think Sunday is going to be a big day, as General Flynn said.
Yep.
So very curious what is going to happen. I'm a little bit confused as well, like the rest, but we're watching a movie, as what says. And what
All
I've
he
seen
could
is,
do not to
Joe
grab her.
Biden in the movie studio. I've seen Sidney Powell, her autobiography, which said movie director.
We have a Twitter video to watch
Very
after
strange.
this. Somebody
Yeah,
sent
no,
in.
watching
I
the
still
movie,
got it
I
up.
just want to give a message to all the people to calm down.
Yep.
Don't go onto the streets. Don't go riot. That's not how it should be. I condemn violence, by the way.
Don't do anything. Just wait on the plan. Don't vote. Don't watch the news. Don't turn on your TV. Don't use the internet. It's going to be out anyways. Don't do anything. Just wait on the plan until we fucking lose everything. I swear, they got to be working for the other side. They got to be working for the other side.
So I absolutely, want a peaceful transition and not all these riots. But as you know, in the Netherlands, a lot of stuff is going on right now.
Yeah.
We've had a few nights of riots with hundreds and thousands of euros of damage. That's not the way, guys. Come on, stop that. You know, I mean, it's not the way. It's a peaceful transition, and we should just all focus on ourselves. Sorry.
You're absolutely right. And
Wait on the plan is what I said. But plant applies as well, because these are government plants, I'm pretty sure. I want to say they're too stupid to be government plants, but maybe that's why they pay them the big money, because they can act like this stupid. Maybe. Mama said they's my magic legs and they'd take me anywhere.
there's ways to do things. You know, we've often said it, we say it in English, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to do things. And we've chosen to do it our way, which is...
I don't ever say there's more than one way to skin a cat. Actually, me and Mariah had an argument about this. I use other ones like, I'm fucking this goat, you just hold the horns and watch the fur fly, or something like that.
By putting out videos and trying to calm people down. Yep. To try and give them the truth about what's happening, because what the most frustrating thing for most people in Holland and the Netherlands right now is they know they're being lied to, but they don't know what the truth is. And that's very, very frustrating. And all I would say to you is you don't have to take Danny's word or my word for it, because there are plenty of other people out there.
Is this all about people from the Netherlands?
Backwards and forwards. So we had a close link with Holland as a child growing up. So I've always had and been to Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and The Hague, you know, on many occasions. United States corporation has gone bankrupt, and it has now been dissolved in Companies House. So the corporation that was the United States corporation. So the fact that they were voting for the 40.
He said it twice now. I guess they're going to have to address this. Hold on. Give me just a second. So they always say that the United States is a corporation. And if you go over different things, you can find like the United States of America Limited. It's a company. It's out of business, blah, blah, blah. But if you look up their DBA, like doing business as, they're usually Chinese companies that, this one was based in Scotland. If you look up their DBA, they're usually like Chinese companies, and they'll also be like telecommunication Zingwei, and they'll be office supply Zenju, and all this crazy shit. Like there are an astonishing amount of companies named something like US of A Corp, United States Corporation, US America Limited. Like it has nothing to do with our nation being a company. I was trying to find some of the actual DBAs. I looked it up the other day. There's probably at least 30 of them that are of different. What's this? United States versus United States of America. United States is a corporation. There's probably at least 30 of them that are of different descent. Most of them Chinese. Some of them are not Chinese. I don't know where I found all those different names of the DBA. We were talking about it the other day in Discord, and I found it all and screenshot it. But anyways, they're just companies that name themselves that so Americans will believe them. Like a lot of them are telemarketing scams. Some of them are as seen on TV scams. Some of them sell on fucking Amazon. Because you think if you're ordering from United States Limited Corporation Stars and Stripes that you're getting a shipping address from the United States, but it comes somewhere out of China and takes 6 months to get to your house. It's just all a lie that they use to promote this has been closed down and we're going back to the 19th president of 1871 and it'll be amazing, and please keep sending me money, and for every gold bullion you buy, I get a coin.
Sixth president had no relevance because the corporation is bankrupt.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
like you wouldn't appoint another chairman to a board of a bankrupt company. You'd have loss adjusters in there. The loss adjusters are...
And by the way, this same rumor about the United States being a company and being bankrupt has been around for over 10 years. And if that's true, if the rumor that you're pushing just now is true, then Trump wasn't a president, and Obama wasn't the president, and fucking Clinton wasn't the president, and Bushes weren't the president, and Reagan wasn't the president. Like, you could go back far enough to find these crazy conspiracy theories claiming that there's not a president then. It's just right now, so many people have their emotions tied up in this. And for a lot of good, logical reasons, a lot of people are scared of a Joe Biden presidency, and even more scared of a Kamala Harris presidency. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be worried about the presidency, but we can't live in, oh, he's not legitimate. Oh, we'll get rid of him. Oh, you wait till March. Trump's moving the capital to Texas. We can't live there because we can't do anything from there. Because the only plan is don't protest, don't watch the news, don't go outside, don't call a senator. They're all bad. Just sit at your house and trust the plan. By the time we're trusting the plan, we'll be living in the Soviet states of America.
They're in there, and of course America, Holland, Spain, England were bankrupt, and that's why the corporations have been shut down. They were bankrupt. The only thing of any value left in any of those countries was the pension funds, but they've been taken now.
He's kind of repeating. We can skip ahead. Let's see.
I mean, I'm very curious what's going to happen. I think a lot of people will be a total shock of this.
Yeah, they certainly will.
I think I will be fine. I think I will be fine and dancing for sure.
I think we'll all be fine.
So I've got a new merch idea. Let me know in the are you really a chick? I mean, not anymore. I've got a new merch idea. Let me know what you guys think about this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get, well, I don't want to spoil it. Never mind. Never mind. I just got your hopes up for nothing. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm
We
out.
need to keep calm at the moment, keep peaceful.
The
and
show's
know
shut
the end is
down.
in sight.
Screw it.
Things are happening. Things are definitely happening, and we're living in a wonderful time right now. We should be very grateful to be alive, to be able to see this transition from darkness to light. And if you're awake, you'll be seeing it, and it's beautiful. If you're fast asleep, you're missing the greatest show on earth.
Yeah. Yesterday night was also the full wolf moon in Leo. So that's a very powerful moon. So
The
a lot of
full
energies,
wolf
going on
moon.
Earth. The
Holy
human
shit.
resonance is also peaking.
Yes.
Above the 6,000. So that is absurd. That has never happened before.
Yeah.
It only came up to a few hundred, like in 2020, so to say. So this is absurd. I can feel the energy shifting. So I think we'll
It's
all
hard to
be
believe
fine.
a full
We'll be
full
fine.
moon and a wolf
What's going
moon
on, and we're being helped
and a
by,
full wolf moon.
from the outside, so to say. And it's amazing. I mean, people don't realize what is actually going on with Project Looking Glass and time travel, astral traveling. They don't even have a clue yet.
No.
So, well, let's stay in the here and the now for now.
Y'all gonna run off some of our fans. He's transitioning.
Yep.
That is my opinion. Joe Biden is the puppet of Trump at the moment, and he has to do everything that Trump says. And what I saw is when Joe Biden is signing an executive order, and you see the ceiling, you see all these studio lights, all these cameras standing there. It's just a movie studio where he is. He's not even in the White House.
Yeah, a lot of people see it that way, Lesto, that we are on the verge of another Great Depression, or that at least, man, like something like 30 or 40%, no, almost 30% of all money in current circulation has been printed this fucking year with the stimuluses and shit. Like, we need to get some economy back. We need to get some actual money rather than stimulus money flowing. We need to do something, but we can't do anything as long as half of our 73 million people that believe the same way as we do, or at least close to what we do, on everything other than this crazy conspiracy, are trusting the plan.
The White House should be locked, and no president will ever be seating there again. Correct. Ever. The Oval Office is done.
Correct. It's over. Yeah. It's over and done. It's closed permanently.
Permanently. Castle Rock.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm wondering what the 4th of March is going to be, because I heard that there are some deceased celebrities coming back from the dead.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. But I've tried to avoid it because it goes into the world of conspiracy. But I did receive a list yesterday of 30 or 40 politicians that have passed away in the last 9 days, all of heart attacks.
Oh, all of heart attacks.
Yeah.
All politicians and all heart attacks.
But as long as we put them down as COVID-19, nobody needs to know anything about it, I suppose. But these are all prominent politicians, which tells you an awful lot about what's really.
I'm honestly afraid maybe some of the markets are propped up artificially. Like I'll admit I don't understand how intricately the market works with like GDP and fucking how many people are employed and what our COVID lockdown situation is. I don't. But I'm afraid that they're artificially propped up because it's crazy. It's crazy that we have this super high unemployment rate. People are fucking on the verge of getting evicted, but they can't be. No one's paying or a vast majority of people aren't paying their bills, can't feed their fucking families, don't have a job, or losing everything they own. And the stock market's setting fucking records. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like it's manipulated or it's artificially, like in 2008, of course, it was stood up on a bubble and then it fell out of that. I don't know. I don't know. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but something.
Going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, true.
And not one of their deaths is mentioned in mainstream media, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting.
I'm not a financial dude, but
yeah, that's ridiculous.
It feels weird to me.
Huge. How many resignations of CEOs there have been, and also Pfizer, of course. I mean, Pfizer. Don't take the Pfizer vaccine, guys. I mean, there's a mRNA in it, which will reconstruct your DNA and break into your blood barrier of your brain, and break stuff and reconnect you to a new digital consciousness. That's what they were working on. So they tried to put nanoparticles in your body, and
there you go. So mRNA breaks in and rewrites your DNA. Then after it's done doing that, it passes through the blood barrier into your brain and reconnects you to a digital consciousness. You no longer have any type of consciousness of your own. You get hooked into the matrix, basically. And you can't even tell that Joe Biden's not the real president.
And with 5G, they can control your consciousness. Actually, they can just shut off a certain part of your brains.
Yep.
So don't take the vaccine. You don't want to be a guinea.
Mattress King, are you just going to sit in here and blaspheme the entire show? Jesus Christ! I could tell you was a king. You're one of those that's yelling at the movie theater, ain't you?
If you go to Pfizer, their website, it even says that it has not been authorized.
Yes, it does. That's correct.
So Why use it if it's not even been authorized? Come on, keep thinking. But people are not awake. They're asleep.
It's actually safer to have sex in Africa without a condom than to have a vaccine.
Whoa!
That says it all.
Whoa, Charlie's running around on his wife, dicking down a bunch of Africans, and we're out here just trying to get another stimulus check. Jesus Christ, talking about living the good life. My goodness. You need to chill the fuck out, Charlie. I can't believe that's what you're doing here. Whew.
Okay. Enough with that. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. But no, just stay calm and just watch what's happening. There's so much happening, and there's so many people out there now with really good information. And you'll find your own people. We put together the Jasara Club, but there's plenty of other groups of guys and girls.
He said otter-eyed. That's when they bring in the smartest of all the captive otters, and they have one of them look at the vaccine. He just gives it a quick once over. It doesn't take much. I'm serious. Like, they are pretty smart otters. And they just eyeball it basically, and then once it gets otter-eyed, then you can then you're good to go. That's the biggest thing is getting. The hardest thing is the test to figure out which otter is the smartest. Once you got the smartest otter, you can make him look at the vaccine fucking 10 minutes, right? And then you're suddenly otter-eyed.
There's plenty on BitChute. There's plenty on. There's a few of these channels that are available.
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. That's the one I was thinking of. Rumble. There's plenty of people there that you can listen to.
Rumble.
And you go, yeah, I understand the way they are. And some people you won't connect to, and it comes down to the individual. You find the right person to find the truth out, and then start doing your own research. And you'll have some fun.
Yeah. I mean, just be open-minded for everything.
Yeah.
First thing you have to do is unlearn before you can learn again.
Yeah.
So you have to learn everything you have ever been taught to in school.
Yeah.
You name it. I mean, you have to unlearn your old habits, actually, and your old thoughts and your old learnings, and then you can learn again and be open-minded, accept a new reality, and you'll find out soon enough that it is not how you think it is, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why the links don't work on YouTube. I've enabled links 100 fucking times. It just doesn't go through. It must be something with Restream. I'm not blocking links, but they have been working on Facebook. I don't know if they work if you're replying to something, but they have been working on Facebook at least. Let's finish this up, then we got some more shit to watch.
Keep calm.
Keep calm, Germans.
Peter, everyone not gonna hate this.
Exactly. No, for all the Dutch people in Holland, stay calm. Don't panic.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah. But
Things are happening. Things are happening.
It's also like riots in Tunisia, in Austria, in Russia. It's happening everywhere at the moment. So I think we're nearing the end game, so to say.
Yes.
And a good end game this time. Not the New World Order end game, but the Trump agenda end game.
Yeah.
I think could have any better than Trump. What Trump has done in the military, of course, and the 200 generals standing behind him. It's absolutely insane what they've done. It's a global operation, and people should not forget that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they have to do first before they can make a transition, because first, the old guard has to be destroyed.
Yep.
Then all the financial systems, all the education systems, all the healthcare systems, everything has to go. And everything has to be built up again. And taught again. And the tax has to be removed. The taxes, the IRS, so to say, they have to be removed. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. And also, all the operations, the military operations going on, all the.
And I drank Don Julio.
Has been done. I mean, it's a big, huge operation to liberate Earth.
That was a funny comment.
Because it's immense. It's immense. It's the biggest opperation ever. What Intel has done, so to say.
Exactly. It's a lot bigger than World War I and World War II, and they've done it in a fraction of the time. World War II took 5.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
This is about a year.
Yeah.
So don't panic. Everything's
all right. That's enough. Charlie's still grifting the same grift he's always doing. By the way, if you didn't see the last stream, we've got a new stream animation that is a little child running away from Joe Biden. It's actually quite funny, to be honest with you. It was featured in my latest thumbnail for my last video. What else we got? Let's grab our next thing. You can donate, by the way, if you want to support the stream, you can donate at KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, Kult Club spelled with K's, basically, .com. It'll redirect you to a secure portal where you can donate. All right, I got some more stuff to show. Let me grab this one. Oh shit, where'd that one just go that I just opened? Oh, here it is. This was just sent in. It says, interesting development at the prison in D.C. Let's see what it is.
This is the backside of the Supreme Court, Maryland Avenue, 2nd Street Northeast, and we are approaching the Russell Senate building area. Hey, do you know why they moved you guys outside the fence? No idea. This just happened, huh?
You can send it to me in a message if somebody needs to send a link.
That's interesting. So now, if you look, guys, we have soldiers lined up.
So he's talking about them being on the outside?
You guys outside the fence? No idea. This just happened, huh? No idea why they moved you outside the fence? That's interesting. So now, if you look,
to be fair, if you're expecting like foot traffic, like protesters coming to the fence, which is supposed to be their threat, right? That's what they're telling us, at least. I would. Oh, thank you for that donation. I would rather have them on the outside of the fence.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Mike's hard dick lemonade is tasty tonight. Oklahoma lets me sell weed to people with weed cards. Team America.
That's right. That's all we need. That was 420 from the Mad Weed Scientist. Thank you very much for that donation. Daddy, would you like some sausage? Was the question he was being asked. I'll send that on to you, chat. I'll send that on to you. Yeah, I would rather have, if they're talking about people maybe coming up to the fence and protesting, I would rather have the armed guards on the outside. I mean, what are they supposed to do? Bayonet them through the fence? At least here they can put hands on. I don't know. Is this a big deal to you guys?
guys, we have soldiers lined up.
Send me some buds, dog.
How you doing, Captain? Hey, guys. How are you? How LT? What's up, man? So they moved these guys outside the Russell Senate building. I'm not exactly sure why. This is very. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for being here. So you got the police officers outside now, and you got the soldiers outside prepping for something. Not really sure. There is a.
Especially if they got intel that there was a protest a couple blocks over and they had word they might be moving to there, I would say riot shields, get up outside, wherever the tip of the spear is. Everybody get behind that man. We're going to do a push to keep him off the fence.
A bit of a protest.
Either way, it's built to keep people out. I'm not worried about them being on this side or that side or the other side, or it doesn't make a damn to me.
Down there, but they're just praying, but mostly a pro-life protest.
Right there,
and
right there's the protesters. He just showed them. Right there's the protesters. I don't think this is a big change.
Yeah, how you doing, sir? Excuse me? Okay, sorry. Oh.
It's supposedly recently, but the first comment said a lot of green shrubbery and trees for it's supposed to be the middle of winter. I say bullshit.
All right, guys. So
but I don't know. I can't tell when it was taken.
Lined up with riot shields, and they're now outside the Russell Senate building. This is very strange. Wow, they're lined up all the way down the street, guys. Look at this. So they're all outside of the fencing now. You got these are Capitol Police.
Hey, thanks. A lot of Yvette, you're not alone. A lot of my new subscribers came from me making fun of Simon and his alien lover. Yeah, a lot of people come from that. So you're not alone. I wouldn't feel too bad. It fooled a lot of people. It really did. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
And National Guard. I really don't know.
Let the little girl get to Joe.
What this is about, other than they think that there's some sort of big protest coming. But it's a small group that's gathered on the backside of the Supreme Court that are protesting for pro-life. I took a video of that. I'll put it up in 1 second. So maybe more people are coming. Not really sure. I'll try to keep you guys up to date. But this is definitely a big change.
Maybe there are more people coming. I feel like he's trying to insinuate that something. Maybe he's just giving an update. I felt like at first he was trying to insinuate like the conspiracy that it's actually to keep Joe Biden in because he's under arrest. But it sounds like now he's just giving an update, like, "Hey guys, you might want to look out. They're outside now. Maybe something's going down." So maybe not.
Protesting for pro-life. I took a video of that. I'll put it up in 1 second. So maybe more people are coming. Not really sure. I'll try to keep you guys up to date. But this is definitely a big change in posture by the police, the National Guard. Now, I mean, look at this. Look how many there are, just lined up, one after another. Very interesting. What's happening here?
So that was one update. And then have you guys seen this guy? He's kind of going viral. Someone else sent this link in. I'm not going to play his whole thing. I will drop the link if you're interested in him. But this guy's been doing like rapping videos on TikTok is where I saw him going viral, and then it spread over to Twitter. But here's his YouTube. He does like the rap that I saw. He was talking about how hard he works, and some people sit on their ass and just get welfare and food stamps, and how it isn't right, and why would he pay his taxes when everybody else is fucking off, and blah blah blah. I don't know. It was a pretty cool song if you like rap music. He's got a weird mustache now. I don't know if he has it in this video, but he's got a weird mustache. He looks kind of creepy, but oh shit, hold on.
All day getting where the fuck's my money? I've been working all day, getting dirty as a bitch, busting my tail. Coming home covered in oil, covered in grease, having trouble trying to scrub the brake dust from my fingernails. No help at the shop, only me, cause we're understaffed, cause nobody wants to get a job now. Friends hit me up.
That's true, Suzanne.
Shit, the whole damn day.
Pay attention to local politicians.
I get my
a lot of attention.
Up next to my friends and get annoyed, and he laughs cause I didn't make half of what he made. I worked every single day and his ass is unemployed. You say there's no jobs, you say there's no one hiring. Every time I open up my phone and go online, I see a lot.
He told him that he couldn't be in the road. He said you can't get in the road there. He told him actually to get back on the sidewalk.
But you just listen to the politicians telling you this nonsense. You don't even take the time to read. Don't lie to me. It's a fact. All these stupid politicians want to act like it's slim picking, and it's hard to get when it's so bad. But how come every business that I visit's always understaffed? May not be the job you want, may not be your dream career. You could do something in the meantime while you wait for things to clear. Hobby Lobby starting out at 17, buddy. You could get a job there instead of collecting free money. I'm just saying, if you're my...
Is that what you think they're trying to do, Comanche? Is put federal charges, on some of the militia type people or everybody that was there Gen 6 and take away their gun rights? Oh shit, there's another donation.
Sunday morning, we have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution.
Yeah,
of the
but if you
United
do
States.
that, then I'll just raise the limit for TTS.
Cold beer cone for CNL. You might need $500 a night, but Will is going to love making $15,000 a month. Also, if you don't at least give $1, you probably sucked your mom's boobs longer than most kids.
That's true. I've noticed that there's some buck teeth people in the outside crowd. Outside crowd. Thank you for that donation. That was from the Mad Weed Scientist again for $1. I appreciate it, man. And you reset the little girl. Now she gets a chance to live without being sniffed. We'll see if the next 10 minutes she can survive. I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's obvious now that cop died. Going to make some big charges. Yeah, I don't. So without getting banned from YouTube, this is where I stand. Hypothetically, if you were going to have a protest, and you were going to protest at a government building during the hours of operation that we own, I have no problem whatsoever, hypothetically, occupying a government building. I think the violence went too far. I think some of the stuff that was done in the offices went too far, or hypothetically would go too far. I think it was a travesty that the one woman who died there, or hypothetically would have died there, was sent there by Q. She believed in the R-anon bullshit. She was going there to stop lizard eating babies, or baby eating lizards. Yeah, that makes more sense. Baby eating lizards. And just on a crazy thing. We also know for a fact there were some members of some other groups there. I don't think they were the vast majority. I don't even think they instigated a lot. What I think happened, and I may be wrong and you may be right, whoever says different, but what I honestly think happened is you kept people locked up. We've got all these videos circulating around that people don't believe some results of a certain contest. They're mad. They've lost their businesses. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their right to decide by voting. They feel like they've lost everything. So what's left to lose? And they are ready. They are ready to to do exactly what they did. They are ready for what would essentially be a civil type of interaction like we've had before. Also, I think Trump just saying, I was really upset with Trump just saying, we love you, you're very special, now go home. He got people heated. I'm not saying it's his fault or he should be impeached or charged or nothing like that. But he called an army to fucking Washington, D.C. He said it's going to be wild. And people were heated over what they saw and what he saw and what he was talking about. Now, things got out of control and that wasn't his fault. He said the words peacefully. But still, when they got out of control, he's got to stand up. He also put in law a place about the fucking monuments, a government property, and places where government officials are holding a meeting. So now they're going to get like a mandatory 10 fucking years if they enforce Trump's new law. And I felt like a lot of them were hung out to dry or sacrificed or whatever. And I don't feel like there was enough standing up done at the end. But people are to that point. People are to that point. And when the left does it for months and 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 months, it's a coming together exercise. It's really, it's a majority peaceful, 93% of the time, nothing even violent happens and there's no fires and they don't burn down small businesses or attack people in the street. And that 7% of the time, that's just an outlier. But when the right does it, they're domestic terrorists, and they need to be charged with treason and hate crimes and this or that. And they were all there to kill, and they're bloodthirsty fucking animals. Of course, it's the old double standard. But there's a lot of shit going on, and those people were sacrificed in a game much larger than them, much larger than them. Whether the evidence that we've seen turns out to be true or false, it doesn't matter. Those people were sacrificed in a game much larger to them, and they thought what they were doing was valid. In their eyes, what they were doing was valid 110%. So it's not like they went up there and knew that they were in the wrong. They went up there and thought that they were doing something horrible. They went up there, they thought it was real. Whether it was or not, doesn't matter. And they did what they thought they had to do. And how can you hold them up as terrorists now? Like, I don't know. Especially not all of them. Like, there might be, if someone would have pulled something out and started popping off, okay, yeah, that guy's clearly a terrorist. But as far as a little bit of shoving back and forth and this or that, or people who just went in the building peacefully, some of them look like they were on a goddamn tour. Walking through there, you're going to charge them as terrorists? Everyone who set foot in there, you're going to call them terrorists and start charging them with occupying a building that they fucking own? I don't know about that. I don't know about that shit. But I got to watch what I say to be platformed on YouTube. But it's bad. It's bad. Oh yeah, don't forget the $600. Yeah, the $600 while they send billions overseas. And all around and fund this and gender studies and Iron Domes and everything that they're funding. The $600 is a big deal too. I didn't mean to leave that out. That is a big deal. We can't call it the China virus anymore. We can't make memes. Well, the China virus. Tons of video and text confessions of the intentions. Yeah, I'm almost not sure now. Like I used to like Parler for what they stood for. I very rarely used it. But the fact that they lost their security provider for authentication, so anybody could go in and type in somebody's account and put anything in as a password and they could get in. They could see everything that was supposed to be deleted. Instead of actually being deleted, it was just marked as hidden so you couldn't see it. And all the information they got off Parler servers, man, that seems like the people in charge of that site were just dumb as hell. Or they didn't care, or they knew that their information was going to be compromised on Amazon. I don't know. That was horrible. The fact that they got all those people's information, and now we got kids turning dads in. Kids, a son turns a dad in because he told him he was going to go to the Capitol, and that some shit might go down, or it might get wild, or it might be heated. He never made any threats. He never said, I'm going to go this or that. He just used words like it would be an interesting day. Jesus Christ. Most websites, when you delete something, it at least scrambles it or tries to delete major portions of it or a part of it or something and hides the rest of them and scatters them. All they did, when you deleted something on Parler, when you deleted, let's say you deleted a private message on Parler, I sent you a message and then I wanted to delete it. When I deleted it, all they did was like fucking in the code where it says shown or hidden, they just put hidden. So all you do is if you access it through any back-end software, you can see everything that's ever been deleted. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was. I can't believe that. I can't believe they did that. Honestly, like I can't believe that was their security feature. It's hell. It's something else. I mean, I don't know what to say. I got a Tim Pool video I wanted to show you guys just because he covers it better than I didn't even look it up, so we might as well go cover it from him. Hold on just a second. I think it was on, I can't never remember what his fucking shows are. Just regular Timcast, I think. He's got 3 fucking channels. Yeah, here it is. Well, so apparently, Elizabeth Warren came out and defended the corporations and the hedge funds over the people she claims to represent and want to take care of. She come out and stood with them. So people on Twitter were saying, oh, the reason she backs hedge funds is she just found out, she took a DNA test and just found out she's 124th hedge fund manager. And she didn't know that before, just like her Native American side.
Well, there are a handful of politicians that seem to be coming out in support of the GameStop rebellion. We knew it was only a matter of time before some establishment cronies came out and defended the hedge funds. And now we get none other than faux progressive Elizabeth Warren coming out and saying, like most of the scammers do, we must protect the little people, when in reality, it sounds like what she's saying is, we must protect the machine from you. Elizabeth Warren tweeted this. Casino-like swings in stock prices of GameStop reflect wild levels of speculation that don't help GameStop's workers or customers and could lead to market instability. Today, I told the SEC to explain what exactly it's doing to prevent market manipulation. Oh, yeah? Now, when I saw this, some people were saying, Elizabeth Warren comes out in support of the GameStop rebellion. Nah, it doesn't sound like that. It seems like Elizabeth Warren is coming out with a rather indirect milquetoast position, announcing that bad things happen and then pointing the finger basically at everybody, but in the end, this will serve the hedge funds. When the hedge funds and the short sellers and the scammers rip us off and manipulate the market, they get away with it. There are no complaints. When the little guy does it, well, now.
By the way, I know it's funny to make fun of that kid's room or whatever that turned his dad in, but just so everybody knows, he was actually staying with his girlfriend at an undisclosed location. He wasn't actually in his room. He said he had to move out. He was afraid that his mom would be violent against him.
Users? We don't know who they really are. What if they're scammers? That's right. You see, these little people on Reddit, the individual retail investors, we don't know anything about them. Therefore, they're the problem. That's the game she's basically playing. Well, I'll tell you this. Wall Street Bets has already taken their first figurative scalp. Citron Research, which publishes their short report, companies they plan on shorting, has announced they're caving and will no longer be shorting stock. So, huge victory for Wall Street Bets. But take a look at this. I'd be willing to bet the SEC comes in and goes after the little guy because you, the plebs, are not allowed to strike back. You're not allowed.
Yeah, he still does look confused.
Commissioner recently said that this is just like the storming of the Capitol on January 6th. Oh, yeah, the powers, the elites, they're scared. The only difference.
So I too think that Tim Pool's a grifter and he's only playing up to right-wing stuff because he wants to be so counterculture right now. The left is so mainstream. He wants to be right-wing right now, but he still covers stuff legitimately. I think he's got a pretty good take on it. It's just where he pulls his morals from depend on where the counterculture is at the time. But he covers stuff well.
What happened in D.C. was dumb and stupid. What's happening now is clever, peaceful, persuasive, and resourceful, like I'd been saying. Let me break down what Elizabeth Warren is saying in her letter, and I'll tell you why I believe that she's actually, maybe I have a better version of it.
This is what I wanted to show.
I believe that she's actually in favor of the hedge funds. On Twitter, she published this letter saying, I am writing regarding the recent surge in share price for the video game retailer GameStop, whose stocks are up 1,700% this month, including Wednesday's climb of 135%, driven by what one expert called a flash mob with money. These wild swings in value of GameStop and other companies that are subject to similar bets by traders are detached from the factors that traditionally help establish a company, a company's
right,
value to
Bridget.
investors. I am deeply concerned that these casino-like swings in the value of GameStop and other company shares are another example of the gamesmanship that interferes with the fair, orderly, and efficient function of the market, raising obvious questions about public confidence in the market and those trading in it. I am writing to seek information on how the SEC intends to address these concerns and prevent these and future incidents of potential market manipulation. You hear what she's saying? She's saying a flash mob with money caused a massive spike in the price, and the SEC must put a stop to it. You don't come after the machine. Elizabeth Warren is and always will be a corrupt crony.
So Elizabeth Warren is out of touch. She's not Native American. She's not blue collar. She's not you guy. You're a person. If you've ever seen her drink a fucking beer, you can tell that she's never done that before. She is so far above all this. I don't even know why she's commenting on it. It just makes her sound like an idiot. It really does. And like she is typically there for the hedge funds. There's an interview I want to show you that has to do with this as well. CNN, CEO, Robinhood. So the CEO went to talk to Cuomo, and I know we don't like Cuomo. He's a douchebag, for sure. But this fucking CEO ate shit and never answered a single fucking question. Watch this. He's worse than Biden's press secretary.
I want you to address the obvious. This looks like a move by an outfit called Robinhood, which is supposed to be taken from the rich and given to the poor, and doing exactly the opposite. That when the big guys, including one of your main investors in your company, started to lose, you shut down the game to starve the little guy. Fair criticism.
That's not what it is at all. And I know you started this segment. It really resonated with me because you described the story of Robinhood. Robinhood started 5 years ago by pioneering commission-free, no-account minimum mobile investing.
So right off the bat, he's like, you fucked the little guy. Is that fair or not? Well, we started off by pioneering a system to where there was no fees and you could do it from your mobile phone. And our offices are real ethnically diverse, you know? So then we got... He never answers a single fucking question the whole interview.
Investing, and we've been the spokesperson of the individual investor, and our whole goal as an institution is to enable those
makes him look bad, I think,
them and give them access to the markets, because for the longest time, markets have been only accessible to the wealthy. And so the entire industry adopted our business model in 2019, and in 2020, we added millions of new customers. The entire industry added millions of new customers who took advantage of the market rally and became investors for the very first time. So, you know, we had to make a very difficult decision to protect our customers and our firm.
Why?
But we in no way...
Why? Explain why you had to do it if it wasn't to protect the guys who had shorted the stocks, which are the big hedge funds. How are you helping the little guy investors?
Well, I know that there's rumors around that, you know, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this. And I want to be 100% clear. This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participants.
So why'd you do it?
Decision. Robinhood, as a brokerage, has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearinghouses. The amount of money that we have to put up depends.
So basically, what he's saying right here is also illegal. What he's saying right here is, look, we basically have insurance, and of that insurance, we have to put up money for clearinghouses, and we have to put up money to say that, hey, we know how volatile it is, so we'll back this. It's basically insurance in case they lose their ass. Plus, they have to meet requirements as far as covering how volatile their insurance, basically. It's kind of like having to have a minimum coverage when you're talking about like car insurance, right? So if the police officers pull you over, right, and they tell you that you where's your insurance, blah blah blah, and you have $1,000 worth of coverage, but you're supposed to have enough to cover $5,000 in your state, then you don't have enough insurance. Now, if you became a more volatile driver, you had car wrecks or accidents or speeding tickets, and your insurance rate goes up, and you had $5,000, but now you're only paying for $1,000 worth because you're a more volatile driver, that's still fucking illegal. What he's admitting to right fucking now is it's still illegal what he's admitting to. We have to cover this. We have a clearinghouse we have to go through, and we have to depend on how volatile the market is and how much trading we do. We have to have that supported through that, and we have to have these funds set up and blah, blah, blah. So it's illegal to stop trades because you're going to lose your fucking ass. It's illegal to stop trades because you're not complying with fucking what the Federal Trade Commission or the Securities and Exchange Commission or whatever, what their minimum requirements are. What they should have had to do is whoever was propping them up and insuring them against losing their ass, they should have called them up and said, hey, look, we're way outside of our requirements. We need to up that immediately. I don't care if we lose our ass. Right now, we're illegal. Or go out of fucking business. You can't do both. You can't say we shut it down because we were going to lose our ass, or we shut it down because we didn't have enough money to cover it, or we shut it down because we were taking massive losses, or we shut it, and then, but honestly, I think, and they addressed this, I think the hedge funds called him and told him, shut it down. Make it to where you can only sell, and force some sales, which is basically proven now, it looks like. At least there's a lot of evidence out there that says it was. For some sales, shut it down to where no one can do anything else but sell and drive the price back down. We're losing our ass, and we own 40% of you.
Brokerage has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearinghouses. The amount of money that we have to put up depends on market volatility, and we're in historic. We're in a historic situation.
So someone's saying the Robin Hood employee story. That may be true, but it's only on a Reddit post from an anonymous user. Like, we can't prove that he's actually a Robin Hood. But what he said was that what he directly said was that the White House actually called. And if the White House called and said, hey, shut this down, then the White House is complacent. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. They're just as deep in this as everybody else. And what they're doing is fucked up for sure. All the way around. Everybody who did it. It's pretty disgusting, honestly, but I don't know what else to say about it. Everybody around it is fucking disgusting.
Situation where there's a lot of activity and a lot of buying concentrated in a relatively small number of symbols that are going viral on social media. So we haven't really seen anything like this before. And to prudently manage the risk and the deposit requirements, we had to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. But customers that held them could sell throughout thousands of others.
Right. You could sell when you limit that the only thing that can be done is selling, and it looks like you forced some sales from some people's accounts to help out your customers. The only option is the price going down. What drives the price up is people wanting it. It's simple. Supply and demand is what controls what's supposed to control the stock market. That's it. So when he's going to say, you know, we had to restrict some sales on these 13 stocks, and you could still sell them, and you could buy any other stock you wanted, just not these. Yeah, you could buy any stock where you couldn't fucking get 1,000 times return on your fucking money, sure. And you could buy any stock that wasn't fucking a hedge fund that pays you cash, and you could buy any stock that wasn't this or that wasn't that. Sure, yeah, of course. But that's not what people wanted. You're supposed to be there for the people, right? And it would have been different if they wouldn't have been so fucking dumb. They would have just claimed that their system crashed. Oh, we're sorry, we're experiencing technical difficulties. We are so overloaded right now. The servers have went down. We're froze. We're locked out. We're something. But instead to come on here and say, hey, look, we have to be responsible through another company. We have restrictions on how much we're insured for volatility of the market. And we were reaching our cap, so we just turned it off. That's illegal. You're manipulating the market by doing that. That's fucking illegal. And you got the stock funds down to where they only lost, $100 million instead of 200 or 100 billion or whatever it was instead of 200. Fucking douchebag, man.
Securities and stocks on our platform were available to freely trade. And our number one priority, as you mentioned, is to make sure our platform is reliable, stable for our customers. We're serving our customers and giving them the tools.
But that's exactly.
He just needs to hire someone. So look, that heroin addict that runs Twitter, he knows he's not the guy to come on there and talk about why they banned the Washington Post. So he has a little Indian lady that runs around with him. That's like, oh yeah, well, our Safety Advisory Council Committee on Transgender Relations in Third World Countries and Ethiopia told us that was actually against our TOS, because if you look at the Bible of this Western nation of Islam sect, that actually said she's got answers at least. But this guy, just to say like, look, we were outside the guidelines, so we just decided to fix it by rigging the stock market. It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Tools,
but that's exactly what's in question now.
We're doing everything in our power to turn it back on as soon as prudent.
But that's the thing, is that the trust is in question, because it seems like.
By the way, that same fucking hedge fund, once Robinhood froze the market and they could get their money out, shorted Bitcoin over the throughout the night and made all their profits back up.
The only people who were getting hurt were the big shots. And that if they were benefiting from this, your small investors now believe that you wouldn't have shut down the game. And just one thing without getting in the weeds here. You don't control the listing venue for GameStop. Now, I used to work in finance, so I know this stuff, but the audience doesn't need to. The New York Stock Exchange does. So if anybody was going to control the listing and shut it down, it should have been them, but it wasn't. It was you. And the reason that they do it is very limited. They do it because they think there's evidence of fraud, or they think that there needs to be a material disclosure by the company that hasn't been made. And that's done to protect the investor. You check none of those boxes here because you don't control the venue. You didn't know about any information that GameStop or any of these other stocks needed to put out. You don't have any reason to believe there's fraud that you've articulated. And you're certainly not protecting these people who've been living the dream of making money, especially at the expense of the big guys. So why should people believe you did this for the right reasons?
Well, we have no choice. We have to comply with all financial requirements.
Right. That is true. He has to comply with what the SEC and the FTC say. He does. But when he's out of compliance, he's in trouble and he's fined, and the SEC can shut him down. He doesn't make a decision to stop trading on these 13 stocks to stay within compliance. You should have had a doomsday plan. Let's say tomorrow 6 million people log on and they all buy one stock. How are you going to address that with our compliance guy, the company that keeps us in compliance? Okay, they'll go ahead and up our coverage, and then we'll wire them $3 million later or however much it is. Okay, got that. You don't shut down to fix it because you fucked up when you were covering your own ass. That's not how it works. You get fined, or the SEC will come and shut you down after an investigation. But to prematurely shut it down and say we had no choice, there's rules in place. There's rules in place, so that's the way it is. So whatever. That's like saying the insurance. Say you have to have $5,000 worth of insurance, and it costs you $100 a month. Okay, but you get in a car wreck, or you have an accident, or you become more volatile, and now it's going to cost you $200 a month, but you don't pay it. You keep paying the $100, and the company says, well, you still got insurance, but it's only for $1,000, and the state requires you $5,000. And you say, okay, well, shut down the fucking road. Shut down the whole goddamn interstate system through our entire state until my insurance is fixed, until those accidents fall off my record. When the accidents fall off my record, we'll open up the interstate for every fucking body. You can't shut down the interstate for the rest of the fucking state because you don't meet insurance compliance. I don't know who the fuck let this guy on TV, but this ought to be viewed in court. And there ought to be a fucking lawyer explaining this to say, okay, yes, you're supposed to meet the rules, but not by manipulating the market and your own customers. You're supposed to meet the rules by having enough leverage coverage to cover your own fucking ass.
The SEC hasn't said you had to do this.
Exactly. The SEC didn't tell you to do that. The SEC didn't tell you to do that. That's who would call you and tell you, hey, shut it down, dude. You're volatile up to $160 million, and you've got $50 million worth of fucking coverage to cover these trades. Shut it down. There's going to be a full investigation. We may be seizing your goddamn house and putting you in fuck me in the ass prison. Shut it down.
Brokers have to comply with these financial requirements and have issued restrictions.
Walking around in circles all around it. And as much as we hate Cuomo used to work in the stock markets, and he used to fucking work at some high-end fucking trading companies and shit. He knows the laws. He had to have, or he would have been in fucking prison, because I'm sure he bent and broke most of them, but just enough to get by. But this guy has no fucking idea what he's talking about. He keeps walking around it, and he's saying shut down the roads because I don't have insurance, instead of saying, oh yeah, I didn't meet insurance requirements, so I should have shut down my fucking company for good, waited for the SEC to call, or move the fuck on and get better fucking insurance. That's not how it works.
And this is a industry-wide thing. You yourself mentioned that other brokers this week have imposed restrictions. And not speaking for other firms, but for Robinhood in particular, this isn't because there's deals happening with market makers we route to or market participants.
But then why did you allow people to keep selling but not buying? The reason that is so troubling to people is that they were making money buying the stock because they were against the short side. And so by enabling...
Exactly. If it's really that volatile, if there's really something going on with the stock, they would shut down both. They would fucking pull it from the New York Stock Exchange and the price would freeze. The price would fucking freeze. You don't just shut down one side to where the only option that the stock can possibly do now, especially that you forced this bubble against the short, you've got a short squeeze on, the only option that it can do is fall off a fucking cliff. That's it. Everybody that you forced to hold through this time period that you would not let them buy, you lost them money. The stock was on a fucking rocket ship to the moon, on a short squeeze and a fucking meme run. And you owe those people their money. You owe them their fucking money. Especially the people that there's apparently evidence out there, I've seen it, I don't know how to verify it, that you forced their sale without their knowledge. Those people, you forced them on coming off the rocket, but it went right back the fuck up, so you cost them even more money. They could have bought the dip and got back in.
Enabling them to sell but not buy, it sounds like you were allowing the hedge funds, and again, one of them owns a piece of you, and they had a big short position, and that looks like a stinky conflict that you didn't come out straight on from the start. Address that.
Well, none of that had anything to do with our decision to do this. Again, this was just looking.
You can't say that. You cannot fucking say that. You can't say the fact that we're 40% owned by Citadel, that has nothing to do with the decision we made. Are you saying that you blocked that part of your fucking mind that knows that you're owned 40% by the company who had the majority short on GameStop? You just cut that little rectangle out and set it over here until after the decision's made? You can't fucking say that. When you go to court, I hope they eat you the fuck alive, because you can't lose fucking knowledge that you have of who owns your fucking company. You can't set that aside. You can't cut it out. You can't not think about that portion. It's in your fucking mind, dude. Why would you even say that? Why would you come on national TV and say, oh, yeah, we know we're 40% owned by the company who had the largest short against GameStop, but we didn't consider that at all when we made this decision? How? Prove it. Prove that that wasn't part of your decision making. You can't. Why would you even say that? You look like an idiot.
Looking at regulatory requirements, financial requirements, and we 100% will always protect our customers, where the entire business is operating.
Protect our customers, not our owners. We're going to protect our customers. This dude come on here and just fucking shit all over his webcam. Like there are brown streaks running down the screen and shit. We're here to protect our customers. You protected them from making money. Who the fuck protects people from sitting at their house and making money? Making thousands out of a pitiful fucking stimulus check you sent them. Who the fuck says, well, we protected them because hell, a man could have turned $600 into $10,000, and don't that sound dangerous? He shit all over this fucking interview.
To empower individual investors, and has been since its founding. And that's what Robinhood is committed to continue to do. So we don't want to restrict.
Robinhood's user base is done. I hope they're out of business within the next year, and I hope they sue him and take his fucking house and then put him in fuck me in the ass prison.
And prudent from a deposit standpoint.
What an idiot, dude. Who does that? Here is Portnoy on it from he's the CEO of Barstool.
Let's check in on GameStop shares and where they're trading. It comes as Robinhood resumes trading in the stock, as you can see, up some 86%. Overnight, the trading app raised $1 billion from existing investors. And talking to Chris Cuomo last night, the app CEO ruled out interference by market makers when they decided to restrict trading in these stocks.
I know that there's rumors around that, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this. And I want to be 100% clear.
I don't want advice, but would you sell all your stock in Robinhood? If I had stock in Robinhood, the company, absolutely. Or are you saying like you have stock in their marketplace? Like you use Robinhood to trade with?
This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participant.
Listening to that with us, Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool Sports, to say he's been vocal opponent of Robinhood's actions is an...
The power of memes will destroy Robinhood's company. If I just used Robinhood, I would just transfer my portfolio somewhere else for sure. Either move all your stocks over or sell them out if you're up on them, if you want to cash out, but you can transfer them to a different portfolio, a different brokerage, basically. You can use the one that's still allowing trades on GME is called that never closed them, that never did nothing, that's just as simple to fucking use, is called or at least one of them, and this is not sponsored or anything, I'm too fucking small to anybody give me money, but SoFi, SOFI. I would not give them my business just because of the way they fucking acted. But that's up to you. I can't give advice.
An understatement, but we like those. Dave, great to have you back with us. What angered you most about what happened yesterday?
Well, I mean, they basically, the name of the company is Robinhood, steal from the rich, give to the poor, and they did the exact opposite. They stole from the poor and gave back to the rich. I unequivocally don't believe what he just said, Vlad.
That's right, Slobs.
About that. There's just no rational explanation on why they would do what they did without outside pressure, interference. They had to know what they did was against all their clients. Their clients were the ones who were making money, and they basically cratered the stock on purpose. So I just don't believe anything that guy says. I wanted to take a cold shower after seeing him say that.
The Robinhood CEO is not here to defend himself, and he has an
And I am indeed a financial advisor. I'm just not yours.
open invite, and long has, to come on this show to defend himself and talk about what happened. What if the share price had been falling, though, Dave, and people would have been losing money? Would you have been as angry?
Well, I mean, that's the risk that traders do. And the stock market itself has triggers when there's unusual activity.
That's not the appropriate question to ask. If you say, so if the stock is rising like a rocket and they close it, it's not if the stock is falling like off a cliff, would you be as angry if they closed it? You would say, if the stock market was falling like a cliff, would you be out here demanding they close it to protect someone? Because that's what they did. Was would you be out here demanding that they close it to protect someone? And no, you wouldn't. You'd be like, oh, well, you lost your ass. Sucks to be you. Just like when the fucking financial firms lose their ass, you say, sucks to be you. No one was out here trying to do it for Holocaust Memorial Remembrance Candle Vigil Light Day. No one gives a fuck about that. They were making money. You took it away from them.
It halts trading, but the people who invest in this stock weren't doing it with their eyes shut. They know there's risk, and I've asked this a lot. How many times when the hedge funds are making millions of dollars, billions of dollars? There's an article that I saw, Citadel make $6.7 billion on volatility of the stock market. How often do they stop it and say, hold on? No, it never happens that way. This is the first time I can ever remember where you could only sell a stock, you couldn't buy it. If they were that concerned, they should have froze it, and you can't sell or buy. And if people want to liquidate at the price they had the stock, that's fair. But to crater it, and again, in the history of the stock market.
By the way, Simon and Charlie are saying this is, and the R-tards are saying this is all part of the plan. We told you, hedge fund managers, big business, they're all in on this. They would fall. This is how we're going to take them down. We just didn't know it would take Reddit and using apps to trade stocks.
Don't ever hear the rich guys, the institutional firms, the hedge funds saying, hold on, we're making too much money. You better protect us in case it goes.
And by the way, when the bottom falls out of this motherfucking bubble on the market, again, not a financial advisor, when the fucking bottom falls out of it, guess who will be needing a bailout?
Goes the other way. This seemed like it was just the little guy was winning and the rules changed on the fly.
Yeah, it seemed like panic. I think to everybody it seemed like panic. They've clearly had to raise a lot of money as well to shore up their own position. They're like a young company, though, as well, and they've had this swarm of new investors coming onto the platform.
It doesn't matter.
You could make the argument that they have to make sure.
If you're not ready to fucking play, if you're a small company, then you don't open it up to the fucking world and say anybody can have an account. Anybody can do this. That's not what you do. Instead, you say we're taking only accredited investors or only people who want to trade these stocks or only this. But to open up everything to everybody, it doesn't matter how small you are. You hopped in there.
Sure that people have the money in their accounts to be able to buy these stocks. But Dave, I think you raise a good point. This stock's up 1,000% year to date. Action should have been taken.
I don't have any money in it. And I'm not giving you advice because I'm not qualified to do so, but I say hold. And that's just from what I've been reading on Reddit and what I've been watching in the market. I've just been keeping up with it because I'm interested. I didn't have the money. I saw the meme back probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then one of our members got on there and reminded us the night before it fucking took off like crazy. Like, hey, this is what you need to be doing, but I didn't have the money. I don't play with money unless I'm willing to lose every bit of it, and I don't have money to lose right now.
Taken surely earlier and should have been communicated better.
What did the R post say? The R post just say that we're going to take down the fucking cabal by stealing their stock market money. It doesn't say what to do. It never does.
Yeah, and I saw his interview on CNBC, Vlad, and this is a direct quote from him. He said it was not a liquidity issue, and he said it was to protect the people on Robinhood. That's garbage. How did that protect the people on Robinhood? I'd like to find one person on Robinhood who feels that they were protected. They literally intentionally cratered the stock, unless they're the dumbest people alive. If you only let people sell and you can't buy, pretty obvious what's going to happen to the stock, and that's exactly what it did. It cratered it.
And then they relaxed the rules. Again, Robinhood not here to defend themselves over what they were doing, whether it was to shore up their own position, the artificially created selling pressure, because that's clearly what we saw in the market. I think to your point, you know, Dave, the access to these platforms is free. And part of the way they do that, the business model, is they get all these orders from people and they give them to a bigger company. This case, one of them is Citadel Securities, and you've mentioned the name, so I'm bringing it up. And they get paid for that. And that's also, I think, what's created this sort of stinky sense that perhaps information on their positions was being shared with one of these hedge funds, quite frankly, but that hedge fund says it's not. Either you get democratization of finance and you get free access, or perhaps you need to pay for it and you don't have those concerning relationships going on. What's the answer? Do you get charged for using this platform, or should it remain free?
I have no problem with it remaining free. I just, if you can't change the rules midstream is my bigger thing. And I did bring up Citadel, but it's well known that Citadel and gave money to Melvin, who shorted GameStop, and then you have Citadel, who's involved with Robinhood, and there's a lot of very interesting things. But essentially, it appears, from my point of view, that by cratering these stocks, they allowed these hedge funds to get out of their shorts. So that's what it looks like happened. And, you know, these people can go in front and say things that, if you are logically thinking about what they're saying, Vlad and others, they don't make sense. They just don't. It seems like we're being fed lines, and I just don't believe it.
Dave, do you think the system's rigged?
Yes. 100%.
Hold on just a second, buddy.
There's not a doubt in my mind that I think the system's rigged. Wall Street,
Let
I
this
think if
interview
you ask
finish.
most Americans, they'd say, yeah, it's a dirty game. I said this yesterday. Julie, it takes a lot for AOC and Donald Trump Jr. to be on the same side of an issue. But they were yesterday. We haven't been able to agree on anything, and suddenly everybody's like, wait a minute, this stinks.
We had to make a very difficult decision to protect our customers.
Got a couple more minutes, okay?
Why?
But we in no way
Why?
do anything
Explain why you had to do it if it wasn't to protect the guys who had shorted the stocks, which are the big hedge funds. How are you helping the little guy investors?
Well, I know that there's rumors
Jesus,
around
this dude.
you know, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this. And I want to be 100% clear. This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participants. This
So
is a
why'd you do
Robinhood
it?
decision. Robinhood, as a brokerage, has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearing.
Is this just a repeat, or is she going to say, are they going to cut back to David Portnoy?
Depends on market volatility, and we're in a historic situation where there's a lot of activity and a lot of buying concentrated.
Let's say it's just the rest of the same interview. Hold on.
Allowing the hedge
funds, financial stocks.
All right, Ollie, come back over here, buddy. It's time for 99 News. Let me turn off the noise gates right quick. We got to go here and then go to filters. Turn that one off. This over here. And don't start messing with your eyes. We're just going to talk, okay? What time is it? What's your name of your show? Nope, don't mess with your shirt. You're going to mess it up. Stop. Ollie with,
Wait,
Ollie with, Nah. Say it.
99 News.
There you go. All right, what'd you do today? Where did we walk to? That was yesterday, wasn't it? Never mind. Was that today?
Yep.
Where did we walk to?
To get your octagon. Get your
No, where did we walk to? What did we go see? What kind of sign?
Don't sign.
A stop sign. And what shape is it? Mommy just said it.
Octagon.
Octagon, that's right. And what color was it?
Brown.
No, what color is a stop sign?
I know.
Yes, you do. You're being silly.
Color is stop? I don't really know what color.
Well, what colors go?
Go?
Mm-hmm.
Me brown.
You're being a turd.
No, I know what color.
Okay. Well, what's the weather like?
That melatonin kicking in already?
Brown.
Bud, you gotta say something besides brown. We're not playing Do the News. Come on.
I know pay.
What's the weather like?
I know.
The weather can't be a color. What's the weather? Is it cold outside or hot or what?
A butthole.
It's cold. Remember we put your jacket on when we walked to the stop sign?
Yeah.
And you fell on the ice.
Yeah.
And Daddy caught you, right?
Yeah.
And what else did you get? What's in your bedroom that I'll let you jump on?
What came today?
For your birthday. I'll let you jump on it for a minute.
Do.
What is it?
Do.
Your new birthday present.
What you got for your birthday?
You can't hit stuff. Birthday.
A
new bed.
Hey.
Are you drunk?
Yeah, I think I can't talk.
I'm just tired. I can't talk. All right, tell him you're Ollie with the 99 News and we end it.
I said 99.
99 News. Say love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Step on every cord I have there. just stomp them into the ground. We didn't need power. Screw it. That he loves Hedgehog. He doesn't like to call it Sonic. He likes to call it Hedgehog. That's what true believers call it anyways. You guys would know that if you kept up with Sonic news. Hedgehog news. The Hedgehog News Hour. Could you imagine an hour of that? His doctor recommended melatonin to get him to go to sleep because he's been staying up till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Even when we wake him up super early, he still wants to stay awake most of the day. And he used to do that before he started his seizure medicine, but one of the side effects was drowsiness. But hell, he's been on it almost 2 years. That shit's worn off. We need something to knock him out. We tried just a handful of Benadryl. It didn't seem to have the effect we wanted. He actually slept for 2.5 days, so that was bad. That was a whole weekend and part of our vacation. But we just put him in a giant stroller and pushed him around. It worked. It all worked out in the end, but we got to have something more controllable. Put him in that NyQuil coma. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see what else we got. I wanted to go to the Great Awakening. Give me just a second. Let me get that pulled up. Great Awakening.win and see what QAnon's got going on. Actually, let's see if there's any protests. Here's one. Seattle's already marching. Hold on, we'll hop into this because I got to take a piss anyways. So let's hop into the shit here and go from there. You should try CBD. I gave him some one time, and maybe I didn't have the doses right or something like that, but it didn't have the exact effect we wanted. So we need to retry CBD for sure. But thank you for the recommendation. Here we go. Let's see what this woman's yelling about.
Human lives, as far as how they will brutalize us. We're talking about human bodies when they're saying, well, tasers are non-lethal.
Evil Sonic. Oh my God. I voting. Are you serious? Evil Sonic. Siren Head? Dude, my kid is always talking about that shit. He calls him, instead of Evil Sonic, he calls him Sonic EXE, and he's always talking about Siren Head. All of that shit. Everything you just said, he's always talking about that. I thought it was just how weird my kid is, because like it's like creepy. Evil Sonic, like he doesn't kill all the other characters, but it's called on the thing it's called Sonic.exe. But anyways, he doesn't kill the other characters. He just leaves them like standing there with like their eyes are like bloody and bloodshot. Like, it's so weird. I just thought it was my weird kid, and I wasn't ready to share that. But at least there's two weird kids, and maybe they'll be best friends like those two guys from Columbine. What were their names?
But those changes continue to help rich people.
That was messed up. That was messed up.
They continue to not help poor people, and they continue to do more harm than.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss.
So I'd like to open up, if anybody would like to speak, and then I'll give you guys a little bit of education. Is there anybody that would like to come to the mic and speak and talk anything that they like to share in their heart about these changes that the SPD is making, or about any type of brutality that they have faced with any type of police?
You're right.
So, like 3 days ago, I was arrested by TPD in Tacoma. Before the protest even started, they accused me of being like a sniper on the roof. I was invited in by a friend. They put me in the hole for 3 days. They denied me meals. They denied me meds. And they also like mocked me the entire time. But you know, that's how they do. It is not true. The allegations are false. They let me go on. They couldn't get a conviction out of me or even press charges because it was a complete lie. Karen on the rooftop said that we were trying to break into a fence, and they made it out to be like we were some tactical force that was going to snipe them from the roof. They tried to give.
My son was born with a tongue tie. He had several surgeries. Oh. Yeah, our son goes to speech therapy too. He's delayed because he's got sensory processing disorder and some scarring on his brain from probably the womb.
Give it up for Chris!
This week, the police station lost another court case. The city of Seattle has been ordered to pay nearly $82,000 to attorneys for Black Lives Matter to cover their fees and costs in pursuing contempt of court violations against the Seattle Police Department. So all the times they brutalized protesters and lied about it, even though the lawyers were going for $264,000, the city awarded them $80,000. But the problem I see with that, besides a little bit of amount, the money we got, the Seattle Police Department does not have to pay for it. We're pretty much paying for our own brutality. Because it comes from our tax dollars. I think the new way of it should go, if SPD loses a court case, that should come out the police budget. Instead of out of my pocket. I want to read a little bit of the new bill. I didn't have enough time to type it.
You use TurboTax and still haven't got your stimulus. That might mean you have to claim it on your taxes, brother. It was the TurboTax stimulus thing. They apparently sent everybody's addresses back. And most people should have gotten them by now. They could still be working on it. I'm not trying to shatter your hopes, but you might end up having to do that shit through your taxes.
To issue a verbal warning prior to using deadly force, except in situations where such a warning before discharging a weapon may not be feasible. So I'm pretty much saying they should, before they kill us, they should give us a warning, but they don't have to if they fear for their life. Like they
Of course not. Of course not. You're saying that they should have to say, hey, I'm going to shoot you when someone pulls a gun and already fires? Are you kidding me?
Restrained individuals, pregnant people, spread out, adolescent children, I know I said that word wrong, elderly people, and physically frail or disabled people. That means even though we are already in handcuffs and subdued, they can still come put knees on our necks. They can tase us. They can pepper spray us still, even if we are subdued.
I'm working with nothing but man juice, Mariah. I can't help you.
Responsibility for officers to ensure medical aid inside individuals with use of force.
Is chat on Facebook not coming through?
Expand a situation in which officers will accountably request medical aid for individuals.
I haven't seen anybody on Facebook talk in like half an hour.
So before they could have one of their German shepherds attack you and not give you medical help. And be honest, they fought to not have this put in the contract. They finally agreed to something the CBC said. The precinct captain also, but the bad part about this contract, the police captain can wait 30 days before he can report an infraction. The problem with that is it gives them time to lie.
Oh, I guess it wasn't coming through. It's probably good because I was fixing to ban someone. Let him talk, my God, stupid. Okay, get your own show. Let whoever you want talk. Idiots.
Hide evidence. If there's an infraction against the people, the police should have to report that. The police chief should have to report that right away. And it should be accessible by the people that signs their paychecks. Us. Also in this contract, they voted to override this June's contract that they will be allowed to use tear gas against us, pepper blasts, chopsticks. That's literally what they call them, chopsticks. Every type. Also to expand their arsenal to get more lethal pepper rounds.
So it's probably good.
The police chief, the little wood sticks they got. They call them chopsticks. But it turns out they're not used for batons. They're used to deflate tires.
Those are chopsticks. What they call chopsticks?
Spike strips.
But we also talk a lot about abolishment to the police. I think the first step to abolishment now is we gotta decriminalize hard drugs like they did in Oregon. So, in case you haven't read now, if you get caught with hard drugs in Oregon, you have the choice of paying a $100 ticket or going to drug treatment, which is paid for through the tax dollars from their weed revenue.
Nice.
But I think that's the first step to abolishing the police and decriminalize hard drugs because we know majority of jail arrests are
Stop sticks, yeah.
majority of people in jail are in jail.
They call them chopsticks, like the Chinese restaurant.
And then also decriminalizing will also help the probation and parole system help dismantle it. And a lot of people go back to jail for violations of parole. And they said you have to get a job in 30 days, and jobs don't want to hire fellas and people who just got out of jail. So it's a rough system. But like I said, decriminalization, it helps empty out the jail. It gets rid of police arrests because they're not arresting people for drug offenses or the ideas or pulling people over because they believe they have drugs on them. So that ruins their quotas. That ruins the need for police. So, and it helps release the prison system because you should not be in jail for something that is legal today. Like paying $600 a day. Like I think that's just one of many steps. Getting rid of quotas. You shouldn't have to arrest a certain amount of people every month. I mean, what type of rule is that?
A lot of times they don't have arrest quotas. They have like quotas for tickets and shit. But
and you know who they're gonna arrest if they're over-policed in black neighborhoods, brown neighborhoods, lower class neighborhoods. They know, rich people smoke as much as poor people.
where's the white women at?
So thank you. That's all I have for now.
Oh yeah, he's super excited. I mean, they're out here protesting live. Wouldn't you be excited? We don't want to live in this world. Bye now.
Make some more
Go
noise.
play Minecraft. Live in that world.
So I wanted to, before we take off and head back over to our destination, back to where we were, is I wanted to go over the crowd management changes that they made as far as SPD changes.
I'm going to be looking for some stuff on
Not build in time to
Great Awakening for us to watch in just a second. Let me get a bunch of this shit closed.
PC has suggested as far as care for the community or what they saw over the summer. The policy allows SPD to continue to use weapons such as glass balls, OC spray, and less lethal munitions. And one thing I found that was really interesting was I spoke about our experience being here at the BAC marches every Friday and why the police trails us. They say that there is, I guess, some traffic disruption and when it comes from unlawful assemblies, which is why they'll tell people, which is why they'll give police actions such as dispersal routes or not dispersal orders. They say that they give dispersal orders, but what they do not specify is how far away they have to be when they give those orders. I spoke about what weapons they're still able to use so that you have the knowledge to tell people SPD is using these weapons on us. But also, when they're talking about de-escalation or when they're talking about giving police action for unlawful assembly such as protests, they don't give a time, they don't give a minimum feet requirement from being in between you and, I guess, the suspect or a protester, whoever it is. And what we saw last weekend, Tacoma, was another example of a police officer in a car, running over people. We saw that in the summer, and there's from the biggest gang in the
But weren't they trying to break into the police car? Wouldn't that change the context a little bit?
It's one police force in particular.
Oh, no.
NYPD is one of the highest paid police forces in the entire nation. Like 10 billion? Yeah, 10 billion they get a year. 10 billion. We're talking about 460 million, however it is. These cops are getting 10 billion. And what we saw in the summertime, and I have it on my page. I don't know if I have that. I don't have that on my page. There was a group of protesters, and there were 2 police trucks. You know how the SPD drives around their trucks? It was NYPD trucks. They ran over a group of people. Literally ran over a group of people. But if you do go to my page, if you do follow me, TMZ was able to snag a clip that was sent to them, and NYPD officers called to, I guess, dispatch and say, hey, there's a group of protesters in the middle of the street. You know what one person said over the radio? Run them motherfuckers over. Run them over. Run them over. And you know what somebody said? Don't say that over there. They're covering for each other.
At least they're not British grifters.
So they say that we're unlawful assemblies. They say that they have to do police action such as dispersal orders, such as...
I'm glad the Facebook chat's working again. I don't know why I quit.
They're also able to use intimidation factors when revving their engines on you when you're in the middle of the street. I actually was almost ran over by an SPD cop when we had somebody that was arrested at one of our demonstrations. And
Sure.
that was not
Sounds
a
plausible.
experience, but what's not a good experience was Trumpet Man getting his head ran over by a cop on a bike. So they're using their cars, they're using their bikes in order to gain control and de-escalation. And their little lawyer girl, whoever her name is, she ain't no fucking Queen, Becky Boatwright, whoever's their legal representative, said, well, if we can't use these weapons, if we can't use these tactics, what do we do? What do we do? I was like, what do you mean what you do? Is it how you do, that's how you do your children? I mean, some people do that to their children, but I mean, we gotta find other ways, right? We gotta find other ways in order to gain control, but also, too, police have to be held accountable for their actions. And they asked us, what does police accountability look like? When
Wow, Larry, are you serious?
For doing wrong, that just send a message. This shit will not be tolerated. Because what I'm tired of seeing are little black girls slammed by white grown-ass men on the fucking ground and their hair pulled. What we saw in Florida just this week with the resource officer, which are what off-duty cops. It's another example of excessive force, of body slamming people, of putting knees in people's necks and backs. Literally, like flashing mace and all this other stuff. Those are literally threats against human bodies, and we will not stand for that. So I'll have one speaker come, and then we're gonna head off. Please make sure you give this person a round of applause. Thank you so much for sticking in with us. I know it's cold. Alright, thanks for marching in another full night. It's maybe gonna start raining, so thanks for being troopers again. The last time I spoke, I mixed up the fact that 6 lawmakers had been involved in the riots on January 6th. I said that it was 6 cops from SPD. Funny, because that night we found out that 2 had been, and now the count is up to 5. So it wasn't intentionally prophetic. However, weird. The count is almost there. So I apologize for misinforming you. However, this being a progressive and liberal city, as a lot of people call it, and we have the most cops so far in that riot from any city in the United States. So don't buy that bullshit that people tell you that we're a fucking progressive city, because we're not. We're not very equal. We don't care about human rights here. The liberals do not know what the fuck they are talking about. Second, it's the anniversary of a massacre in the Native American community. Another. I'm going to read this real quick. This is taken from a Shoshone Bannock woman, an excerpt that she wrote on Social Distance Powwow today. Let us never forget what happened to our people. This is my family, my tribe today, a sad day in history for us. We are now a small tribe of 500 or less. Thank you, Darren Perry, for keeping the history alive and telling the truth. This is Massacre Commemoration Week for Shoshone Bannock. A quote, if a white army battles Indians and wins,
Oh, God.
victory.
Non-armed mental health professionals.
Think back to
They
all
better
the
take cops with them, is all I can say.
that you had when you were taught how the white men prevailed, how they were so gallant in their effort to wipe out the Native Americans.
That's
and
right,
then
Richard.
How the Native Americans were painted in those same battles, and how they were considered savages, and how they were out to massacre the white people. There's no winning for Native Americans in history, right? It goes on. Chief Sagwitch got up as usual on the morning of January 23rd, 1863. He stepped outside his lodge and surveyed the area around his camp. On the bluff to the southeast, there appeared to be a cloud, which began to lower down the bluff. Suddenly, Chief Sagwitch realized what was taking place. The troops from Camp Douglas had arrived. He quickly woke his sleeping village. The village came alive with anticipation. Men gathering their bows and arrows. A few of them had guns, but not much ammunition. The chief told his people to remain brave and calm and not to shoot first so that he could go and try to negotiate with the military leader. This wasn't a day for Colonel Patrick Edward Connor to negotiate. As he is quoted as saying before leaving Salt Lake City, "It is not my intent to deprive my men a little fun."
Yeah, that's a white person. That's a white amorphic blob. I don't want to misgender.
400 Shoshone men, women, and children. One woman hid under a bridge where there was a hot spring. Her baby started to cry, and in order to save the other women that had hidden under the bridge, she had to drown her baby so they wouldn't be found out. While she was also trying to tend to the 7 bullet wounds
That sounds like such a fucking lie. She drowned her baby so they wouldn't find other women.
They shot, stabbed, and tortured the old chief, but he refused to die or even cry out. The soldiers soon became frustrated, and one of the men stepped to a burning campfire and heated his bayonet until it was
Raiden's just in player ready mode where he just bobs back and forth.
Bear Hunter went to his grave a man of honor and left behind a wife and many children. Edward Connor, however,
Player select.
was promoted to brigadier general for his heroics at Bear River. There's a statue of this man at Camp Douglas on the University of Utah campus. So what does that mean for you guys? You guys have to get a hold of your relatives and legislature down in Salt Lake and in Utah and get that fucking statue removed. It needs to be gone. It needs to be taken down. And maybe ask each other, but they show it in their actions, right? That they should deprive themselves of a little fun when it comes to Native Americans and to black bodies. They're not discriminatory, and they will straight
A
up
late-term abortion, that's it.
with nothing about your past or your history or what your upbringing was. They just want you dead. So they are the same to me. Generals, Army, all of the colonels, and cops belong in the same group. Where's the whole
Thank you.
Please, 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 give her a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. All right, square, we all do the same move.
Sorry.
That's right, Alex. There's a call. We ain't getting on justice. They ain't getting no sleeps. No humans in cages. We'll never have a jail again. You're not allowed to have a jail. Okay, it's working now.
Fuck, I used to be in there.
I was trying to make sure the goal was working. They're not even, no, they're not talking about the Obama cages at the border. They're talking about regular jails. No human should be in cages. That's a prison cell or a jail cell. No human should ever be sent to jail, ever. I wonder if they've got a van following them for all the people who fall out that have never walked uphill. They just thought the world was flat. BDSM will be protesting. Take a break at the top. Oh yeah, there'll be a reason to stop. Now this is our normal stop where we have a moment of heavy breathing in honor of Trayvon.
Killer. Oh my god, sorry. I need to catch my breath for a second.
Oh no, I need to catch my breath for a second. They didn't even make it to the top. You're right. You're right. Let's stop for a minute. I've got to blow. Hey, hey. Oh, ho. How far does this hill even go? Hey, hey. Oh, ho. You won't catch me doing this no mo. Hey, hey. Oh, ho. The fatty in front is getting pretty slow. Hey, hey. Oh, ho. Blood pressure too high. The heart's gonna blow. Oh.
I don't know. Katie's not here tonight. Your Ramsey got eggs.
Yeah, this is actually, you think this is a protest, this is actually the remake of Drumline, or this is the new Drumline 3. It's a prequel, if you will. It's called Drumline After Graduation, the March for Social Justice. Nick Cannon's in there somewhere. Human presenting thing down.
Take off my fucking coat again. Yeah, the drummers come out sometimes when they can. Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix my coat.
Are you serious, Larry? I didn't even know that, to be honest with you. We're earning a living, Dan. If they put this much effort into their job, like they worked a job with some room for advancement, and every night they fucking studied this hard or took a night course or did extra work to try to impress the boss or pulled overtime or stayed and helped another employee to meet quota or something, then they'd get recognized. They'd probably be fucking co-VP of a company by now. But you don't understand. There's cops running around with lynching ropes just killing the Blackses. Watch their kids. Yeah, watching their kids. They only like to bring their kids to these things when they know there's going to be pepper spray. Or even if the job's not their ultimate goal. I understand some people don't put their career first. What if you put this much towards earning money or saving money or investing and making money to put back to travel the world? or sightsee or plan trips or do day trips to the cities that you can drive to in a couple of hours. Started traveling or started studying something, started studying for a law degree so you can defend people who have been mistreated by the police. It's just crazy that they put this much effort in this. I mean, we're going on, fuck, can you imagine, over half a year? God damn, 9 months? That one guy's just banging two tiny bats together. The guy right up front in the red, he's got two T-ball bats banging them together. More black teenagers carry than cops. There we go. We're going to stop it. What are we protesting? Life. All stocks are bastards. That's ASAB. Did you see Andy No's video on Twitter of the current autonomous zone in Bellingham, Washington? No, I haven't seen that. I'll check it out, though. All them Robinhood investors are out in force tonight. Cut off the fucking internet. Oh, this band is angry about life. Will I cancel my Twitch sub since you don't do that now? Okay, man. I might stream over there some, but I don't want subs there, to be honest with you. I don't like giving them a portion of the money. You're good. Good for you, Kelly. They've been protesting every night that you've been gone, basically. At least in New York, there's been a nightly protest for almost a month now. There's been small gatherings on the West Coast, but every Monday, sometimes Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a lot of times Friday, Saturday, Sunday on the West Coast. Pretty big days.
Capitalism real quick. Yes. Has anybody been paying attention to the stock market?
Yeah, go GameStop. It's together strong.
Yo, that is a wild story about evil billionaires.
I have talked about GameStop in like 15 decades.
Well, the story goes, for those who don't know, GameStop is pretty much going out of business because ain't nobody buying games there anymore. So after going out of business,
this isn't.
The billionaires.
This isn't doing a whole lot right now, other than sowing distrust in the community, hurting the economy, driving people away, blocking traffic, probably driving citizens away. No one wants to be here and shit. Like,
GameStop stock. And it said the stock like through the roof. Like they have never been this high when the company was going great. Like
I still get the money, Jason.
$40. By the time they bought all those stocks, I think the stock was worth $400 a share, which caused billionaires and hedge funds to lose billions of dollars. You saw a bunch of rich people on the news crying, saying, no, literally they're saying poor people are trying to ruin wealthy people's lives. So, because of this, in a open and free market, because a bunch of poor people were making money and billionaires were losing money, they froze the market.
That's fucked up.
As like Robinhood, you can no longer buy stock. You can only sell it. And because of And because it is, they are making new rules to make sure this will never happen again. To make sure billionaires do not lose money at the rates they lost it at. I would love to see what billionaires and hedge funds lost money. But they've, like, there's a class action suit against Robinhood and other forms because what they did was illegal. But they'll get away with it because billionaires can do anything they want in this country.
Facts.
Eat the rich! Eat the rich!
Another side note, which surprised me and didn't surprise me, how many Seattle officers were at the Capitol. We have the highest number of cops that went to the Capitol.
That's insane.
And we deserve to know their names.
Facts.
Because I know how it's going to go. Because of the SPA contract, OPA is going to take 60 days to do the investigation. So when they release their names, if they ever do, they can say the time limit has passed and these cops can keep their job and pensions.
Just assume they all win. That's what I do.
And also that officer that hit those people in Tacoma, he will get away scot-free. Just found out he only got a couple weeks to a retirement. So they're going to stretch the contract out to his retirement. He retires, keeps his pension, and they bury the story. And I advise you to go to Speculations page and look at his new documentary on Mike Sloan. And read Soul Type Child's demands and send the emails.
Is that like the cop version of toilet papering and free outside the high school your senior year?
Pretty much, I think. All right, thank you.
I feel weird when I get close to people. Wait, what? I feel weird when I get close to people.
I just hit the whiting.
Impeding can legally be kidnapping, right? Well, I don't know. They were complaining earlier about the cops following them, and they're like, oh, they say they're following us because we're impeding traffic. And they also say that they can declare an unlawful assembly. But who gets to decide? Well, they do. That doesn't sound very fair.
Right,
can't believe he's got 2 T-ball bats and a rolling suitcase. Who is this guy? I'm using SoFi or Sophie. S-O-F-I. S-O-F-I. It's not just that the jails are full. The mayors in these towns and governors in some of these states have told them that if they're in the act of protest, they don't care what they're doing unless they pull a gun and shoot somebody. Like even shoving and assaulting a cop when your friend's being arrested, you don't go to jail for that. And if you get away, you got away. You're not pursued. Like, it's just crazy.
I just want to read some information courtesy of Donovan SPD. If you're not following, you should follow. SPOG exists to keep SPD officers from being held accountable. That's why the union elects representatives like Sergeant Mike Renner, who has a lot of experience staying on the job despite gross misconduct and wanton brutality. In 2008, Renner was sued for false arrest and excessive force during an investigation of a noise complaint. He and other officers illegally frisked and savagely beat and tasered a man with batons and flashlights, according to court documents.
To the right, to the right, to the right. All our family to the right.
The plaintiff suffered several injuries, including a skull fracture, torn
This guy's just so excited. I can't fucking stand it. He's got to be on meth or something.
Broken ribs, busted nose, and a broken collarbone. One officer admitted to beating the plaintiff with such fury that he broke.
You want me to show you how sad the R-tards are?
The man was charged with felony assault.
Check this out.
A charge that was later thrown out.
Say it, believe it, and so it shall be. We are what we believe. Donald J. Trump will be the 19th president of the Republic of the United States of America. Say it. We can raise the vibration of the earth by praying together. Pray for this. Donald Trump will be the 19th president of the Republic of the United States of America. Hope is the only emotion stronger than fear. The vibrations are going to give us another president. The vibrations of the earth.
Beating the man was sued for the exact same thing just a few years later. In 2012, officers were called out to a loud party in a U district. UW student David Ponter-Corval was filming the arrest of his
45, 2 zigzags.
when he was ordered to stop or he'll be arrested for obstruction. And when he refused, 3 officers, including Renner and Macaron, wrestled Ponter-Corval to the ground and beat the shit out of him with flashlights, not even their weapons.
My favorite palindrome is race car.
Ponter-Corval sustained serious injuries, including a broken nose and broken cheekbones.
All right, family, let's keep going.
But the officers denied him medical attention. They took him straight to jail instead of the hospital. He was taken to the ER only several hours later. No complaint was filed, so there was never an OPA investigation or discipline. Due to the consent decree, the FBI looked into it, but took no action. In the end, Ponter-Corval settled with the city for $100K. Renner was also suspended in abeyance, so not really, for an incident in which he threatened a cyclist after a near miss with his patrol car. Renner chest bumped the man up the sidewalk and said the people who yell at him usually end up on the ground bloody. And where are they now? Both Renner and Macaron got promoted to sergeant. Renner makes $130K a year, and Macaron makes $143,000 a year. Renner is on the SPOG board of directors, and in the past served on the Capitol Hill LGBTQ task force, alongside Safe Place creator Jim Ritter, Do you feel safe yet?
Fuck SPD!
Thank you.
Sometimes I make my wife feel the vibration of the earth. Most of the time, I just finish and roll over. Yeah. My wife is like Kamala Harris taking that COVID vaccine. What do you mean? Is it in yet? That's right, Dutch. That's right, Dutch. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the video a like. It just helps with the algorithm. My pre-recorded video on Baked Alaska really fucking flopped today. I mean, I had fun making it. I guess that's what it's really about, but if you wouldn't mind liking this video, it'd help out a lot. Same thing on Facebook, and make sure you're following the page. The last protest video we did that blew up had like 300 people that sat in the comments all night but didn't even like the page. So like the page too. That helps more people just see the shit. You don't have to donate if you don't want to. We have people that donate, but it's a big help just liking or watching or sharing or whatever you can do. It's awesome. Everybody's racist.
She's so cute.
It's just everybody and everything. Ever wonder why blacktop is black? Because they used to use real black people to color it, and they don't want to stop the tradition. So everything is racist for all reasons, always. Here we go. We're blocking an intersection.
I want to read some more SPD stories of people who serve on our SPA contract and who are dictating.
They're going to have to loot again to get some new kicks. They've worn those out.
Space out, everybody. Space out. Please stay off the sidewalks and into the streets, please, if you're with the AC. Only people should be on the sidewalks is our medics and security team.
Off the sidewalks, into the streets. You got to go to jail with the rest of us. The only people allowed on the sidewalk is our medic team and our security forces. It's crazy they can run their own fucking country and their own nationality and their own fucking set of laws and rules and shit, and no one does anything. But I want to start one little fucking Waco compound, and they're like, no, no, no.
Alright, a former Marine, CRG Officer Aaron Johnson, is most famous for roughing up an elderly woman who was counter-protesting.
One time I was delivering edibles to a dispensary in San Francisco. There was a hot chick outside the window. The bartenders asked me what I would do to her before they told me a transvestite strip club was located next door. It was a dude with boobs, haha.
It was a dude with boobs, haha. Thank you for that donation from the Mad Weed Scientist. 3 donations tonight. That puts us on the board down there. I know it's not accurate, but we're finally filling up the goalpost, and Joe Biden is trying to sniff that little girl. Please save the little girl. She gets ever so closer to Joe Biden over the span of 10 minutes. 1 donation moves her further and further away from Joe. It's the only way to save her. Yes, I'm playing your emotions. Yes, this is a grift. Save the little girl.
Away with that.
Oh, shit.
A 2014 arrest video viewed by OPA shows Johnson
That's right. Don't forget Ruby Ridge.
arresting a man who appears to be intoxicated and not threatening. One of the officers points a rifle at the man and later tells him, "You moron, you almost died." And according to the new policy, pointing a gun to get somebody to calm down and walk away is now
That's
legal.
de-escalation. That's what they call de-escalation.
Pointing a gun at somebody is de-escalation.
Oh, shit.
Johnson and Ward seem to be responding to reports of a man wandering around with a gun, but the arrestee appeared to not even be armed. And the video can be found on Divest SPD's thread if you want proof. In 2017, a black youth.
Who's that walking up there with the stick? Oh, okay, he's part of the problem. I thought this guy right here was getting ready to fuck him up. The guy that's kind of being blocked by the light. He come walking through those cars with a fucking stick in his hand, and he looked angry. But,
OPA identified Johnson and his partner, Adam Clinton, as the only officers logged into the area at the time. There was no video of the encounter because Johnson and Clinton never turned their cameras on, which is illegal by SPOG standards. OPA ruled that both the ICV complaint and the bias complaint
the Northern Virginia Regional Gang Task Force, NVRGTF, announced it would stop using the GangNet database that catalogs thousands of gang members in D.C. metropolitan area after activists complained it had a disproportionate number of minorities entered into it. It's the first law enforcement entity in the area to stop using GangNet, which is a database that helps authorities track and investigate gang members and gang activities in the region, the Washington Post reported. NVRGTF is made up of law enforcement officers from 15 different agencies, including the Fairfax, Arlington, and Prince William counties, and the city of, and that's where the article cut off. So you're telling me that because these minorities make up most of the gangs, that you're upset that there's more minorities in a gang database? I'm right there with you, brother. It's all racist. I don't know what else to say to you. Racism is alive and well. Let's make sure that gangs are racist. I don't know. Fuck it.
Okay, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about something. It's a little off topic, forgive me, but it still kind of relates because Black Lives Matter everywhere, right? And so I just wanted to take a second to bring awareness to the fact that there is a genocide happening in Tigray, Ethiopia. And I have a friend who actually can elaborate on that just a little more. I just want
What's Raiden doing?
that is brought into everyone's awareness. It's a serious crisis that needs international attention, and I just want you guys to pull your phones out and follow.
Yeah, they kind of circle the wagons with the cars, and then they stand in the middle of it. And the police will let them do it for about 10 minutes or so. And then they'll be like, you got to move. You're impeding traffic. This is unlawful assembly. And then they'll yell at the cops for about 5 minutes, and then they'll move.
There's a man-made famine happening because of the military. And yeah, it's really serious. Hold on one second.
Yeah. Afro beanie guy.
The hashtag is hashtag Tigray Genocide. It's T-I-G-R-A-Y.
What language is that?
And I have a QR code for more information. There is a lot of campaigns going on. It's a serious matter. If you know how to stop
Matter.
please let me know. All right, thank you.
No. Thank you. I got it.
All right,
Matter no, thank you.
about to head out. So let's have more speakers. We can fill in a circle and we'll move on out.
Well, I agree. A lot of cops do suck, Ron, but these cops have been specifically told to stand down. That the only way they can, it doesn't matter if they're blocking traffic, it doesn't matter if they shove the police while their friend's getting arrested and they fight and drag their friend away and assist in a bed. It doesn't matter if they bust windows. As long as they're not life-threatening injuries to an officer, then there's no arrest made. And if they are trying to make an arrest, because say they're kicking the shit out of somebody on the ground and they flee, there's no pursuit allowed.
If we don't get no justice, they don't get no peace.
Also, make sure you're subscribed on YouTube, please. We're trying like hell to get to 1,000. YouTube, I got to 1,007 and YouTube took a fucking 100 subs away from me for no goddamn reason. My own dad got unsubscribed automatically. So we're at, last time I checked, we were at like 965, 966. Somewhere around there. YouTube took 2 more away, so I don't know where we're at. I haven't checked, but it's like every time I get a good run going, then they take 100 away and it like knocks me out of the algorithm or some shit. It's weird. Don't worry, Roloxley. It's not the meat swab you're used to. It's actually a cotton swab. It's not the meat swab. The reason they even started doing this anal swab shit is they found out, and there was a flyer. This is not a joke. I'm not lying. There was a flyer going around that had some kind of catchy phrase like what did it say? It's something like "Don't do it, and the bum or the COVID will come." They distributed a flyer that in New York City that told people to stop having anal sex because the virus was transferring through anal sex. Oh, we got new ones picking up, by the way. The virus was transferring through anal sex, so they knew they could test for it there, and then they developed a PCR swab for it. Easy, Bonnie. Just hanging out and having fun. You don't have to talk shit about us. Almond Bundy. That's the Bundy Ranch guys. Hold on. Let's mute that shit. Almond Bundy is the Bundy Ranch guys that took over the wilderness area that was controlled by the where's it at? Oh, maybe I'm just they're all off. Why are they all showing offline? That doesn't make sense. They haven't updated it yet, I guess. It's Vancouver, Washington, but everything is showing offline. Oh, right there. Wonder if I can get that. Usually they're sorted. Online is at the top and offline is down below. Maybe this is live. If it is, we'll listen to this one instead. It looks like it's froze there. It might be froze here too. It might be over. They might have just caught the end of it. I don't know. If we see it unfreeze, we'll try to play the audio for it. Amon, I don't know how you say his name, to be honest with you, but I knew it when I read it. Ingenious lives matter. Oh, they're getting released is what's going on. Hold on.
They're all a bunch of traitors, you guys. They're all a bunch of traitors. Got the van. Thank you, everybody who came and called. Thank you, everyone online who called. We got Gail out. Please do share this. Let people know that Gail has been released. That is her daughter. They live together. She's power of attorney. She's also her license.
That's how you say illiterate ebonics. That's actually called AAVE, African American Vernacular English. They actually teaching it to your kids at school. Ask them.
Every week of our people's rights meetings. So she comes to all of our protests. She's always in her wheelchair. And she loves it.
Why did they take that old lady out of the hospital?
Oh, I love it.
Is she going to get arrested? Or, I mean, is she going to die? I fucking hate everything. That's the most 2021 thing I've heard all year. Which it's early, but I fucking hate everything.
You guys, tonight was good because Clark County Sheriff's Department just totally exposed themselves as complete tyrants. What's that? Oh. Blue line flag burning party if anybody wants to come in an hour. 20 or 30 from the
Well,
Capitol that we didn't get burned.
see,
I'm not kidding. I'm done. No more waving blue
the
line
the Bundys are super like conspiracy level doesn't exist. Like, I don't think the government should be telling us to wear masks either. I think people that are maybe older or have some type of something going on, that they're a high risk factor, they should probably wear a mask or at least avoid or stay home or something. I don't like the government telling us to do or forcing us to do anything. But what I'm worried about is she may be, this looks like an older lady, maybe she has heart conditions or diabetes or something, and they don't even think the virus is real. They think there's no virus whatsoever, and I hope they're not taking her home to her death.
We're gonna pate. I think I should run home. I know this is such a...
She might have COVID, and the hospital's like, you can't go home until we do something about this, and they're like, fuck it, we're getting her out of there. That's what I don't want to see, because she could be seriously ill. Even if it's pneumonia or something, she could be seriously fucking ill.
All year.
What's his hat thing going
I know. I know. Do you love my hat?
I love it.
I
It's
know.
fun.
I'm the hat.
That's funny, Jason.
This is a victory. It's a good night. Crazy night.
Shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't have happened.
It's stupid. Like, all they had to do was let her back in.
All they had to do really was let Satin in to be with her mom, and she would have spent another night here. But when they said they were quarantining her mom, she was like, no, my mom needs me here as an advocate. You're not quarantining her and leaving her alone.
So they have her on file in the hospital as power of attorney.
Yeah.
That's the
Full power of attorney. Yep. I'll switch this around.
So good.
Let's
So
see.
good.
There's so many things, you guys, that I hate about Washington.
I don't know why the audio just went out, but it did. Oh, I guess because it's freezing. Don't fart, you pass the coof. That's actually true. That's actually true. You actually have to put a little ass filter on. It's like it's a tiny round mask, and it goes right on the sphincter. Of course, Mariah's, we had to go up 4 or 5 sizes, but we were able to get one that would do it. Hers looks like a bottom of a Coke can.
We're having a blue line flag burning party tonight in an hour. I got a whole box of them, baby. We're burning flags. Sorry. Oh, because I didn't know if you want to be on camera or not.
Check this out. Even my gator's upside down.
That's awesome. His gator's even upside down. That's awesome. We are a nation in distress, you guys. If this doesn't show you guys that we're a nation in distress.
I hope they just didn't kill that old lady. Like, she was in there on like a fucking ventilator, and they're like, we're taking her home.
I love
You already took our land. You can't have our grandmas.
these people right here, you guys. They're awesome.
Because she didn't even move when they wheeled her out. Her head was just like slumped over, and her blanket was tucked under her chin. Like we might have just seen someone get eventually murdered.
Burn your blue line flag. Make a point to burn your flag and let them see you burning it, and tell them that we will not stand with them anymore until they stand with us. No more of this. Blindless.
They just fucking jerked the hose out themselves and rolled it. I thought it was Joe Biden at first. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 3 times.
Very well may have been.
311 non-emergency line asking for a deputy to come and stand here with us, and they said, no, we're not responding to your calls. They said security will handle it. And we said, so anyway, it's done. America's whole blue line worship needs to stop.
Someone just told her to get off her live.
They did.
Because the whole thing is just like trolling.
Macing us and grabbing Satin by the throat. These cops right here grabbed Satin by the coat. I'm sorry, by the neck. Excuse me. These officers right here grabbed Satin. I don't know which one it was. Let's see. They're probably getting all scared now, but grabbed Satin by the throat and pushed these doors off of their hinges and like went totally psychotic. Wait. So we'll leave you with this final thought. You guys are Blue ISIS. Have you ever heard of Blue ISIS? Blue ISIS, that means they are the terrorists now. We don't need to worry about ISIS overseas.
Oh, is that how it works?
Right here in America.
Just whoever's ISIS is a terrorist?
Gavin Syme, you are Blue ISIS. Every one of you.
Gavin Syme, that son of a bitch.
Freaking shame.
What the fuck? Oh, God.
Here's how disappointed in them you are because they were all getting
Oh, it's getting good.
riot gear and their SWAT gear to come and take us down over here. It was Maya that they were afraid of. Respect police. You're funny. Whatever.
I'm scared of Maya, to be honest with you.
Oh, look what Mom's got in her purse. Go show it to them. Come on. Leave it for them. You need to read homework. You need to read it and learn it. Homework assignment. Read the Constitution. Oath breaker. Be a tyrant. No, we don't. Oath breaker. You're bad with your gun there. Okay? You're a little boy. You're a punk bitch. You ain't the good guys anymore. Sorry. All right. That was good. That was good. Oh my God! So, Gail, who just got released from the hospital, had her Constitution in her purse. She always has it with her, and I just think that's so awesome. So, I think it's a wrap. I think we're ready to go home, guys. Thank you everybody who watched. Thank you everybody who called to get this woman reunited with her daughter. Thank you to everybody out here, all these great people. And Clark County Sheriff's Department, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should have been standing out here with us, making sure that this family's rights were protected, and instead you chose the side of tyranny. So we won't forget that. So, all right, guys, I think I'll sign off. Don't forget, Blue ISIS, alive and well in America, and it's up to us to push back and to, in a principled way, remind them that they are not the good guys anymore. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Ammon, for letting me use your page. And text the word rights to 80123, and go to peoplesrights.org if you want to sign up and unite with your neighbors. And God bless you guys. Have a good night. Kelly Stewart here, signing off.
Well, wasn't that interesting, Kelly Stewart signing off? I appreciate the fuck out of that.
So, I've announced this before, but there's a daily event, it's a daily outreach event. It's called Do It, which stands for Daily Outreach in Teams. We all know there's a lot of misconceptions about protesters out there. There's a lot of misconceptions about police. There's a lot of misconceptions about what abolition is. And protesting is a great way to clarify some of those misconceptions, but then again, there are those people who just aren't going to listen, but sometimes they do when you see them face to face on the street and have a conversation with them. So it's a daily outreach event. We try to make it as accessible as possible. So if you have some friends that
Don't say silly stuff.
they're scared of police, they don't, for obvious
Research Fauci and he's going to destroy our military, the vaccine. Don't say silly stuff.
every day, if they have any day off, you can get your friends to come out there.
So the Bundys are the people who got tied up in fighting the Bureau of Land Management, and a bunch of patriots got behind them because basically old man Bundy had his cattle grazing on this land for like, I don't know, generations. And it's they got to have a lot of land to graze because it's kind of like desert. Like there isn't a whole lot to do there. And he just needs a pasture space to have them out to where they can take a shit or piss or whatever. And it was like community grazing land. Anybody could use it, have your cattle branded, round them up, blah, blah, blah. Then there was 2 farms using it at the time. But the Bureau of Land Management snapped that land up years ago. And everything had been fine for a while, right up until... it wasn't anymore, and they wanted him to pay fucking penalties and back taxes and back payments and all this shit. Then he after that all got settled and the government backed down. Then his son went, because they made an arrest in his family. His son went and took over like a park ranger office on some wildlife management shit. A guy got shot when he came out to surrender and gave up. Since then, they've been trying to get back in the spotlight because they know how much money it made them. And they went from full war against BLM and those people to kind of supporting them and standing up for them. They're weird. It just, at first I was on board with the Bundy thing. And since then, it was just like, let's get back on camera. Like, I didn't think the government was right to suddenly just start charging him and then wanted to charge him back like fucking 10 years, even though they only introduced the law a few years ago, and he refused to. They're like, okay, if you're not going to pay since we introduced it 3 years ago, we're going to charge you for 10 years of it before the law even existed. Like, I was really against that. Give the man his fucking land, and they were ready for a war there. Like, it might have been another fucking Waco or some shit. But I was against that. But now it's so desperate for camera, like spotlight and shit. It makes me suspicious, which I'm always suspicious because you know the grifters we deal with. We'll keep the streams open just in case something pops up. What do you say we do a deep dive on Simon Parks? You guys ever heard of this guy? I'm just fucking with you. Yo Boba 2021. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's talk about some Great Awakening. So the Great Awakening.win is like the Donald.win, but instead of being all about the Donald, these people are all about the R predictions, the R tards of great. Okay, so I hang out over there just to look how desperate they're looking every once in a while. By the way, if you want to donate to support the stream, please like and share the video. That's an awesome thing that everybody can do. It just takes a minute to click. And if you want to donate financially, you can go to KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, Kult Club spelled with K's, and it'll redirect you to a secure payment site. Thank you for that. But I was scrolling through today and I found this. So here's a guy on the edge. He's given up. This says, tomorrow is my last day, friends. So friends is the highest level of Great Awakening member. You have friends, then you have anons, then it goes all the way down to like normies or some shit. NPCs, I think. Tomorrow is strike 3 for me. First was the 6th, then the 20th, now the 30th. I know, not to a date slur, but my mental health has taken a toll. Feels like freedom was taken from the world. Okay. My wife is having our second child in 2 weeks. My 5-year-old is noticing me on here way too much. I need to get emotionally back on track. If nothing happens tomorrow, thanks for being the best group of people in the world. So this honestly sounds healthy for the poster. I wish he wouldn't have went this far into it. But at least he's saying, hey, look, like I tried being here. I've been part of this group. I tried paying attention. But it looks like since then, a lot of stuff has went downhill. So let's see how they comment. Take a break. Be prepared. Happy life to you. I did the same once. I realized it was all a movie. A few days off here was great, and the Game Stonks drama lit a fire in my belly. Pray for the best, prepare for the worst. Not as in go all out and build a shipping container full of MREs and YEDs, but prepare mentally for the long haul. We're all still hoping and praying that Biden's reign of evil ends prematurely, but what if it doesn't? What if you date slurred for the last 3 months and now we have a minimum of 4 years? What's your plan then? How will you change? we all need to see, because that's my biggest issue with it. If you want to hold on to your R-anon conspiracy, and fine, but if you yourself have no way of validating it, stop pulling more people into the fold. Just sit there and believe quietly, and you can't put all your eggs in that basket. At least prepare for an alternative, at least. But to come in here and try to convince more people that Dr. Fauci is going to kill everybody in the military with a COVID vaccine, and then it's all going to happen, and thank God the new capital is going to be in Texas and stupid shit, and yell at me for saying it's not true. How about you plan in case I'm right? I don't have to plan in case you're right because I'm trusting the plan. All I got to do is sit here. How about you plan in case I'm right? Which I don't advise that. I mean, the ultimate goal would be to get the fuck out of that. It's a goddamn cult. Because tyranny only lives if we let it. Tyranny only wins when it destroys the hope of every last individual. You can't live under tyranny if you refuse it. They'll make sure you don't live, and that right there is freedom. This isn't a call to Minecraft action. This is entirely a point about a war of attrition. If you want to allow tyranny to control you, then your very existence is a threat to them. You can draw straight from knowing that every breath, every moment you preserve against them, they hate you more for it. And to me, that's all the energy I need to push through. What? Knowing he's going to scream at him for being a shill and then deport? How times have changed. This is no longer your daddy's movement. Your daddy's our movement. Oh, God. He didn't shill. He didn't attack the community for holding the line. There is no line to hold. It's over. People still need to be their best for their families, and a break from this is indeed what... He's not saying a break. He's saying he's given up. He didn't say a break. I believe it's been over, except for this final act of showing we the people the visuals. It's been a wild ride gaining that perspective, but it's a truthful one. And then Bible verse, real food. So these people, this person at least, believes that everything's done and settled. And the only reason we're going through this period right now is so all the clues can be revealed to them. Who the fuck would set up a movement like that? Like, we've won the war. Everybody's in prison and everything's done. But for the next 30 days, we're going to keep it hush-hush, and only you secret, special people that we love and want to go home, you guys will know what's actually going on. Calm down, donkey. Why are we jumping to that conclusion? They laid out perfectly logical and respectable reasons for temporarily parting ways. I don't think they said temporarily. Nothing wrong with that. Not at all. I'd wager it would do us all some good to reduce screen time in every aspect of our daily life. They're really trying to cope with this guy leaving. I don't look at them. I know the only thing about them, and I couldn't give a shit less what happens on them. I'm thinking I'm doing pretty damn well, honestly. That's social media. He's been kicked off, but he's claiming that he took a break. Nobody will shame you. Man, I was hoping there would be some shame. I bet you there is some shame. Needs time to heal mental health. Hey, bro, you should try day trading. I took a 2-day break after the 20th and got sucked back in. If you left and got sucked back in, you probably weren't taking a break. You tried to quit and couldn't. This is your coping mechanism. You need to find a new one. No one ever said something would happen on any specific date. Oh, here's a grade A hopium believer. He's hooked on the hopium. No one ever said something would happen on a specific date. I would be surprised if something does happen tomorrow. Until we know the full plan, I'm sticking with God's plan. Well, it's kind of weird that you're on Q's board then, because I don't think they're the same people. God's plan is that everything will get worse and worse until the world's ends. Things will not get set right in this life. Yeah, so you're probably hoping for nothing to happen. I'm not expecting anything major to happen until March. I didn't mean to do that. It's trying to ask me to sign in. I don't have an account. Enjoy your family. We will fight on. Let's be real for a moment. None of us are actually fighting. We are just sitting on our butts in front of our computer screens looking for the next dose of opium. Just the facts. Don't shoot the messenger. If we were actually fighting like those who got caught up in the Capitol storming, then we would be facing federal charges and the prospect of a long jail sentence. And we know that. So we chose not to fight. And I don't blame anyone for that seemingly rational decision. We have been engineered to this position through a long time, or through a long winding road of propaganda. Unjust laws and a million other scientific pressure tactics, both subtle and overt. It's hard to figure out the appropriate actions to take. I donated to travel funds to the wild protest, to Brandon Straka, to Stop the Steal, to the defense of fund Lynn Wood set up, to Sidney Powell's defense fund. I make memes. Among the not blue-pilled NPCs I know who are too busy to dive into anything, I convey information to them that makes them question what is happening. It's not much, but sitting in front of your computer screen is only as passive or as active as you make it. There you go. I'm out here fucking pointing your shit out every night. I'm pretty active in front of a computer screen. I agree. Q said our fight was on social media. We are the digital army. To take what we've known and present facts to make normies start to ask questions. Sitting here, chatting to each other, looking for hopium isn't helping anyone but us. Here's a question that I just thought of. If the going R theory is this is not the real Joe Biden, that it is a body double, possible clone, because Joe was Minecraft months ago, do they still plan on pressing charges against new Joe Biden? Because he didn't really do anything but hang out in the basement and then sign some executive orders. He's just playing his role. He didn't sign on to China for years. He didn't raise a crackhead child molester. What? Are they going to prosecute that guy? Because that guy seems to just be caught up in it. Huh. I fear for the sanity of many people, to be honest. People don't just spend inordinate time on here, on the internet. But due to general mistrust of the mainstream media overall, they've stopped watching any mainstream TV. Comedy, sports, light entertainment, etc. Plus, movie theaters are closed, sporting events limited, etc. People are seriously overindulging on information. I think too much of a good thing is not a good thing any longer. Try talking to people about something other than politics. Chat with a neighbor about the weather, etc. It's quite refreshing. They are way down on here. What? So the new Joe only sniff legal females? Maybe. I haven't met him. I heard he's a pretty laid-back guy. He hardly moves. We saw him get wheelchaired out of the hospital there a minute ago. I think that was him. That was Jill Biden's husband. Or something. All right, let's move on to a different thread. Here's a good one. Now, this is a deep dive right here. This is deep. So try to keep up with me. What if I told you China will not invade Taiwan, but Taiwan will invade China? And the USA, Putin, and Modi of India will assist in this effort. The CCP is about to fall, and it appears Chairman Xi has been a white hat, which is a good guy on Trump's side, all along. Here's a Chinese insider talking about it. Go to 2430. So let's check this out.
Kirsten, I can't join this phone call. Top, when you read to me why this contact reached out to you with this intel. So just read through it and then we'll discuss it after you're done.
Okay. Good morning. He must be in Taiwan, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
3 hours ago. Good morning. I am someone in the know appointed and posted to a liaison position in Taiwan, Republic of China.
Does anybody know this guy?
As you know, Taiwan is Republic of China. China is People's Republic of China. That's Communist China. Okay? By someone in 45's inner circle. I wish to relay some intel to be useful to you and your audience. You may disseminate this information as you see fit. As one of the few patriots, and then in brackets, he's referring to me, and the only
I'll add it to the list.
patriot, I assume he means in the media, with the wit and keen observational skills to realize that Mogul is still, in fact, our POTUS. The fact that you have been the person who has been most accurately described what is happening in the shadows through your guest and intel gathered. And in addition to your perspective analysis of Chinese politics and foreign relations, I believe you and your channels would be the most prudent person and outlets to share this information with. Let me say something. After I got this email, that one big channel was unsuspended from being suspended for months.
So you think they unsuspended that channel for you, so you could probably go on that? Okay, gotcha.
So now I have two channels. Let's get to the point. The lifting of some of the restrictions of the Taiwan Relations Act and of course the One China policy was more substantive than it appears. In fact, it was actually the delusion of the Taiwan Relations Act. The United States government is no longer recognizing the People's Republic of China, that is Communist China, as the legitimate government of the mainland. This is being done jointly with Chairman Xi and 45, although this can't be brought to the public light at this time, it will be revealed shortly. Prior to the dissolution of the Taiwan Relations Act, United States Indo-Pacific Command, under the direction of 45 with the Taiwan Republic of China military, have been preparing an occupation force for the mainland when the CCP collapses in the coming month. Why do you think?
There you go. Taiwan is going to take over China. People have been just barely able to hold the floodgates of CCP militia out of Taiwan from destroying them. Hong Kong as well, but Taiwan is now going to take over China.
The Taiwan Relations Act was dissolved. If it had remained, it would have been a legal barrier to help the occupation of the Chinese mainland with the Chinese Republic of China forces. That's Taiwan again. You are undoubtedly aware Chairman Xi has been removing key CCP loyalists with the Chinese Military Structural Command. Like I said, translated that means I'm removing the poison from the bone. Why do you think this was done? It was done to install Xi and the alliance and to facilitate the upcoming occupation of the Chinese mainland with the U.S. and the ROC, Republic of China Occupational Forces, that's Taiwan. In the coming months, Chairman Xi will be dissolving the People's Republic of China, stepping down from the CCP leadership and using the Chinese forces to keep order and the Chinese economy from collapsing, while the U.S. and the Republic of China, Taiwan, forces install a provisional government led by the Taiwan Republic of China. All of this will be done peacefully, as it will not be that dissimilar to what happened in the former USSR, that's Russia, when it collapsed. 45 remains firmly in control of what is important and our assets. In order for 45 to return to the public eye in the position he has earned, CCP supply chain of influence and resources, that means the mainstream media, have to be removed to facilitate this, and hence why this has been planned all along and will occur before March 2021. As I said, February is buckle your seatbelt month. Buckle your seatbelt. This is also why 45 has been in Florida until now and putting the finishing touches on all the pieces of the proverbial chessboard. All of this has always been 45
I honestly don't know who that is speaking.
Plan to remove the CCP
Another fucking lying piece of shit. That
keep the faith.
I don't know her name.
And he will
I can
give
scroll
me
down and see if it says.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to summarize what she said because it's a little muffled, obviously, coming through the phone. Okay, so she was referring to Mogul. Okay, and this is what they're saying, folks. They're saying with the again, he's complimenting her as one of the few patriots. It's only Chinese patriot with the wit and keen observational skills to realize. That's what he's saying about Kirsten.
They're all popcorn days, Dan.
Mogul is Secret Service code name for POTUS, for Trump, is still, in fact, our POTUS. And Kirsten, is the one who's been most accurately describing everything that's going on here in the shadows, through the guests, through the intel that she has gathered. And that's probably why we connected up, because she and I have the same, we have the same vision of what's happening. And when Kirsten, you reached out to me, you're like, you're the male version of me. We see the same thing here. Our analysis is the same thing, but what they're telling her is that her perceptive analysis of Chinese politics and foreign relations is absolutely dead on. Now, here's what's interesting. They lifted some of the restrictions on the Taiwan Relations Act, which is a big deal, because the dissolution of this allows the United States government to say they're not recognizing the People's Republic of China. So what's happening here is that, well, let me just go through a couple points here. What they're using, okay, under the United States, what's called Indo-Pacific Command, and I just mentioned yesterday that General Flynn's brother was elevated to the head of the
Charles.
Yeah, Charles was headed to, or he was
Wait. Shelly, do you believe this? No, we're making fun of this. You are in the wrong chat. You are in the wrong chat. These people are lying. You think that Taiwan is going to occupy China as it falls, and it's all being directed by Trump in Florida. No way.
Put at the head of the Pacific Command now under the direction of Trump, with the Taiwan's Republic of China military. This is outside of the CCP military. This is a Taiwanese Republic of China military. Here's what they're doing. They've been preparing an occupation force for the mainland China when CCP collapses. Do you know what's happening here? You're talking about Taiwanese Chinese forces, United States military forces going into China.
No way.
When the CCP
I
collapses.
thought, wait. I thought all the military was going to be busy rounding up lizard people that are posing as Democrats all around the United States, and in all the baby tunnels, the baby eating tunnels. What about the baby eating tunnels? We're not going to clear those out? Now I'm disappointed.
The place. Same thing that's going here. We've been worried about Chinese forces, 75,000.
Just because you want Trump back doesn't make any of this happen.
As we heard, I can't verify that.
Lots of people want Trump back. That doesn't mean it happens.
For a land invasion of the U.S., which they'll never accomplish. And here we are with our...
You know what this is? These people know that you want Trump back. These people know that you want Trump back. And they know that if I get a couple 100,000 views, well, look, at least 10% of those people are going to go to my website. And out of those 10% of them are going to click on my USB stick I sell that protects you from 5G radiation. Or my metal paper tray that you lock your Wi-Fi router in so you don't get any signal. A lot of people want Trump back. The problem with trusting the plan is they're going to take your whole goddamn country and give it to the left underneath Joe Biden and Kamala Harris while you're waiting on the plan to kick in for the next 4 years.
Assets, naval assets, Marines, Navy, Army over there, ready to take down China's CCP and help them gain control of the country to turn it over to a new republic. They're creating a new republic in China. And I heard this before, just like we are restoring our republic. So here's and I've been saying this for over 3 years now, almost 4 years. I've been telling people, I've been saying, look, there are 3 people on the world stage that are working together as a trifecta to bring this cabal down. Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and Xi, President Xi, Chairman Xi, are working together to bring this thing down. This is the first thing that I have seen. And Modi, India's Modi too, which, you know, some people had different opinions of Modi, but you could clearly see when Trump was there, Kirsten, and there were 100,000 people in a stadium, and Modi is embracing Trump.
It's alien space dudes. I always knew it was.
Crazy. You can see who the big players are.
There you go. Kelly will tell you they absolutely feed into your wishes. They know that people are upset. They know that people have their emotions. This has been one of the biggest emotionally tied elections that we've ever had. Right. So when Hillary lost, the left cried and shit. But as far as grasping at straws, and people said, oh, the Russians did it, the Russians did it, the Russians did it, the Russians did it, the Russians did it. Well, then this is not the right channel for you, Dan and Thompson. I mean, you're more than welcome to hang out, but I'm going to argue with everything you ever bring. Trump's plan is the office of the former president, where he is going to, like right now, his campaign or his former campaign staff that now work for the office of the former president are like gathering data on trying to primary a Wyoming senator who people don't like. Like, that's what he's going to do. He's still going to be in the spotlight. It has nothing to do with him returning to office or him taking the capital to Texas or any of that shit. But it doesn't matter. It's done. It's done. You can scream fraud, vote. I've seen the evidence. It's all fucked up. We spent weeks talking about it. Once that inauguration sealed the deal, it doesn't come back. It doesn't come back. Like, they're not going to change it back. And the problem with, I don't care if you want to have hope, that's fine. But adding, like these people, not you, but these people, adding new people to the conspiracy and telling people to do nothing but trust the plan is really fucking bad. Because we had 73 million people vote for Donald Trump. We need everybody with their ass in the seat for when we need to stop some shit, when we need to shut some shit down, when we need to stand up. Right now, in our own fucking Senate introduced was H.R. 127, which is to provide for licensing of firearms and ammunition possession and registration of firearms and to prohibit the possession of certain ammunition. Everybody should be calling their representative. Everybody should be writing emails to the representative. Everybody should be speaking to the representatives. But all the guidance we've got from the artards are the leaders. All we've gotten from the artards is there's no need to do nothing. Trust the plan. Just wait. It might be March or maybe even April. It might be the summer. You know, Trump's favorite month is July. Maybe it's July. 4th of July. Wouldn't that be great? How about Christmas? That'll be your Christmas present. And they're going to sit around and we're going to lose our fucking country waiting on the plan to happen. If you want to have hope, but don't add new people. Don't add any new people to the fray.
On the stage are. And why is India important? And I've said this for a number of years now. India is the potential economic tiger of this planet, more than China. Why? And you may have heard this before, Kirsten, but most people haven't seen it from this perspective. The problem with China is they're a graying society. Okay, they had this one-child policy for so long, and basically it comes down to this: when you have this.
That's not true. So he's going to say they have their one-child policy and they haven't been at replacement. Their population has been growing. So they're way above replacement. And by the way, the one-child policy only affects you if you're not of a wealthy class, or you don't know the fucking government officials, or you're not serving on a board, or part of CEO. It's very selectively how it's enforced. It's just the poor people. And their population is still growing. So to say that, oh, they've had this in so long that their people are so old, they're all dying, they don't have a replacement. It's the largest consuming country in the fucking world, and it's growing at a rate 3 times faster than the United States expansion is. Come on.
This massive block, this population block that's this big, okay, from that one-child policy.
What is this big, man?
Graying society. And now the financial resources to support this aspect of this huge society is only this big. There's just not enough. Hold on.
So he's saying because they've had the one-child policy for so long that they have too many old people and not enough money. What does that have to do with the one-child policy? If anything, it made this problem better? I'm not sure. Hi, I'm Ricky Bobby, and I drive the number 16. He's not sure what to do with his hands.
Hold on, Kirsten. Let me finish this because I got to get to this point. So the point is that even if they could produce the money to take care of all these people, they don't have the human capital. There's not enough people. There's not enough people to have enough doctors and nurses and technical people. Now, the United States has the same problem. We got this big baby boom generation. It's really massive right here, 46 to 64. I'm the last year. The population down here that has to support it is...
That tells you all you need to know. He's a boomer.
Only this big, right? Same problem. But here's where India's power comes in. India has 600 million people under the age of 28. India's greatest resource in the future is...
I can't say that on YouTube.
...of human capital, because 1/3 of everybody that goes through...
I can't even discuss that, no matter which way, I believe, on YouTube.
They're going to be exporting Indians worldwide to deliver health care to countries with these massive populations. Anyways, let me just get to the bottom of this, Kirsten, and then I'm going to turn it over to you again. But here's the point. As it says in here, Chairman Xi has been removing key CCP loyalists within the Chinese Military Structural Command. Why do you think this was done? It was done to install Chinese PLA forces with military leadership loyal to Chairman Xi.
Wait, so you're telling me he got rid of CCP forces who just do what they're fucking told because it's the CCP, and he put people that would support a United States occupation in there, and they're still rounding up a class of people and harvesting their fucking organs after they ship them off to labor camps in the middle of the broad goddamn daylight. That makes sense.
And the alliance, which is Trump and the other countries, to facilitate the upcoming occupation of the Chinese mainland with U.S. and Republic of China occupational forces. So this transition is happening. They're going to take
the one-child policy, I think, went from 89 to 2019. It just recently ended.
Down in China, where that dragon is holed up. And when they bring that all down, guess what? It's going to be like the transition from the USSR to the Soviet Union. Their power's gone. And then Trump.
I've got 8 inches. If you give me 4 chances and add them all up,
Trump's going to come back in the public eye in the position he's earned, which is a presidency, and the CCC supply chain influence resource.
I've got no problem with someone quietly hoping that the Capitol tomorrow moves to Texas and Donald Trump does his YMCA dance and all's right in the world. Sure. I do have a problem with people saying, don't do anything, the plan's coming, and they're going to keep pushing that date because that's the only way they keep viewers. So right now, they're saying the end of April already, the end of the fiscal year. Like, that fucking matters. They're going to keep pushing that date, and we're going to be years out, and they're still going to have, right now, if they got 100,000 followers, they'll still have 50 next year. I've got people still spreading this message and pulling people into this to add more people. I've got a problem with that. And I've got a problem with these people, or people that when I say, hey, look, none of your predictions have come right, they're like, shut up, you socialists. I had a comment today. Hold on. I had a comment today. Let's see if it's still up, actually. Let's do this. Maybe. Hold on. Let's go to comments. All comments. What a loser, must be sad to have no life because I made fun of their QAnon leader. Who is this guy? Not impressed at all. Why has he hijacked our beautiful leader, Simon? What a buffoon. There's one that's worse than that. Damn it, they must have deleted it. This is how you let our government get away with this shit. You are clearly a socialist infiltrator who has never been right-wing or in support of Trump. You are spreading misinformation and guiding us away from what we should actually be doing. Now, people that fucking believe that don't give a fuck that they're infringing on the Second Amendment because their plan's coming through any day. This is a fake government. This government doesn't even exist. The military's really in control. You wait till Trump wakes up at 11 in fucking Mar-a-Lago and takes a piss. Then we'll freak the fuck out. But the fact that they're voting on a bill to make it illegal to own a gun without a state-issued or a federally issued license, I say state like the federal government would be the state, and ammunition as well. Don't worry. This isn't even the real government. It'll be over soon. Just close your eyes. I have a real problem with that. Come to my fucking channel.
All this had to be removed. All this had to be removed before they can bring Trump in to occupy the position that actually is his. That's why he's in Florida. They're putting on the final touches of all this, and of the as it says here, the pieces are putting in the right place on this proverbial chessboard. So this is always
exactly
Trump's.
I was listening to Plebeian Media the other day, and he literally said, "Do anything, do anything." There's a chance that there could be one day that you're needed for a battle-like activity. Walk. Start walking. Start running. Carry a backpack around. Do anything. Get on the internet. Reach out to a senator. Send a message. Tweet at them. Fucking tag them on Facebook. Do anything but close your eyes and trust the plan. Because nothing happens then. I would much rather you believe that bullshit and prepare for me to be right than me to believe my bullshit and prepare for you to be right. Because preparing for you to be right is to sit here quietly and not make any waves. Don't let nobody know. Just sit here. Or recruit more people to sit quietly and not make any fucking waves.
Trump's plan to remove the CCP's influence, not just here, but all over the world, including China. So anyways, let me ask you a couple questions on this, Kirsten, because you're from China. You know how these people are. Or you're Singapore. That's right. You're Chinese.
Oh, God. All right, so that's the new plan. Remember when President Trump lifted some of the restrictions or dissolved the Taiwanese Relations Act? He was removing legal barriers for the occupation of Taiwan forces on China mainland. Also, the United States no longer recognizes Communist China as a legitimate government of the mainland China. That's not true. Chairman Xi is working with Putin, Modi, and India and President Trump to overthrow the CCP. Look at the weapons Taiwan has been buying from the USA. So that's not true. What this bill it allowed us as an official state to recognize Taiwan as an official state without any sanctions, and that's the reason that we've been selling them these weapons, is to defend themselves against China if they want to one day. Remember Robert Flynn's brother, who was just put in charge of the Pacific Team? We have warships in the South China Sea, battleships with ship killer technology. So we always have a Navy fleet near or in the South China Sea, because if you don't know, China's been trying to take it over as part of their territory. They own it, they say. And they've also been building non-natural islands there to expand their landmass and possibly put airstrips or docks for Navy vessels there. We have seen plane flag posting evidence of spy planes off the coast of China. This is a common occurrence for the last 20 fucking years. Also remember all the stories of Chinese troops massing on the Canadian and Mexican borders. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. I can show you right now the photos that you think are true and the videos that you think are true, and I can show you the man that put them in the fucking hotel, a Canadian citizen who put them in the fucking hotel, and they are literally fucking this crazy fringe group of multi-level marketers, of pyramid scheme people that have these extreme training situations where they've actually killed several of their members. They're just crazy fucking pyramid scheme people, and it's all females. You think the army that's going to occupy the American border, Chinese standing army that's going to show up and occupy the Canadian-American border to assault America is going to be, especially coming from China now, is going to be all female soldiers. They're not wearing a uniform, they're wearing a costume. And they're actually under investigation right now because they killed a couple of their members in some kind of weird trust exercise. At their troops, all their troops are here and unable to stop the Taiwan invasion, sure. President Xi set this up in preparation for the Taiwan invasion? Nope. So it seems Taiwan will do the ground invasion and the U.S. will assist with naval and air support? No. Like I said, Putin and Modi is also involved. The communists are going down. And this will be done before March 1st, sure. Putin attacking China, I gotcha. Now, how will this news be accepted by the American people? Everyone knows Sleepy Joe has been bought by China. He is a China puppet. True. That's probably the first true statement I would agree with. Will the American people believe Sleepy Joe put this plan together? Or is our real president still makes the decisions from Florida? Or is our real president still makes the decisions from Florida? That doesn't make sense. This is a top keck shit. Well, come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. That right there now would be awesome. Okay, so if Trump is putting together a media, especially, man, if he would put something to compete with, as much as people love Donald Trump, if he would put something together for video hosting and fucking live streaming, tell me he wouldn't destroy the fucking market as far as right-wing people are concerned. Absolutely destroy it. But I'm sure he's concentrating on a news team first. So he might fucking incorporate like OAN or some of those Newsmax or whatever, the ones that were following him around on the trail while he was campaigning when everybody else quit, or after the election after everybody else quit. He'll probably try to incorporate some of them, or at least some of their people. Maybe even plan a takeover. Who knows? Why is this sticky? Because the mods like living dangerously. Oh, so that's the new Chinese angle. That's the new Chinese angle. What else do we have? Here you go. It's because I know you probably know that the Aranons, the Artards, call this the storm, the coming storm. They believe that now FEMA is on our side because they still think that the old director of FEMA is still directing FEMA, and Joe Biden hasn't put his own shit in there. So they believe that this is a secret message that has been issued to them. Winter storm watch issued for January 29th at 3:10 p.m. Eastern until February 1st at 1 a.m. Eastern. Wow. Who the fuck at FEMA thought if I use the word storm, no one else will think it's a real storm? And the secret believers, they'll know what kind of storm I'm talking about. It's a storm of lizard people falling from grace. And get ready for that, people. I don't know that we'll be able to handle it. We might be blown away by this lizard people storm. All right, let's go. I got more. Check this out. What if you're a Peruvian court? What if you are the Peruvian court and you are putting Bill Gates, who is not a citizen, doesn't fall under your jurisdiction and has no responsibility and probably didn't even respond to you because you're a Peruvian court? What if you put him on trial for creating the pandemic? Peruvian court ruling pandemic created by Bill Gates, George Soros, and Rockefeller family. This is coming out of, God, what is this even? Variety Info, but they misspelled variety. It's VERIETY info.com. Variety Info. The owners are the world's greatest destiny. Is that supposed to be dynasty? The owners of the world's greatest destiny, it's probably Destiny the streamer. That's probably the world's greatest destiny. Bill Gates, George Soros, and the Rockefeller family this Monday were charged by a Peruvian court with responsibility for creating the coronavirus. The resolution came as a surprise as it was based on one of the many conspiracy theories surrounding COVID-19 that swirl daily on social media. In its decision, the Chica and Pisco Criminal Appeals Chamber said the pandemic was the intention of a criminal elite around the world made up of billionaires such as Soros, Gates, and Rockefeller, among others. Oh no. Thus, the court justified the delay by issuing a ruling on the appeal of the accused who sought the abolition of preventative detention and whose permission was postponed due to the pandemic. For judges like Tito Galagos, Luis Legia, and Tony Chanjeri, the pandemic was unpredictable for all but the alleged creators who have been involved in it and continue to manage it with their particular secrecy in their environment. No world government individuals or legit entities, nor the defense of the accused can claim that this pandemic has the quality of foresight, except for the creators of the New World Order, such as Bill Gates, Soros, and Rockefeller, etc., wrote the magistrates in a resolution posted to the Portal LP Law. Judges, without a shadow of doubt, declared that the coronavirus was created by a criminal elite that rules the world. How would these judges from Peru know this shit? What are they plugged into the inside? They probably make like $7 a month. You think they're part of the elite club? And they're like, oh, we're calling you out, man. We are done with you. Judges, without a shadow of a doubt, declared that the coronavirus was created by a criminal elite that rules the world. In particular, the document cites financial investor George Soros, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, and the Rockefeller family of billionaires, whom he accuses of managing and continuing to direct the virus into the New World Order. Bulletin 9, doesn't say AM or PM, just 9. From Monday to Friday, the editorial office selects the most relevant information for each day. Awesome. We're going to keep an eye on this site. variety.info.com. These people are passing this around and everybody's taking a hit of opium. By the way, we got 2 more things to cover, and one of them's a meme. So if you want to send in a super chat, this is last call. Go to KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com to get a super chat on the air. Thank you for the donations tonight. This coming out of Texas. This is pretty cool. AG Paxton issues CIDs to Robinhood, Discord, Citadel, and others that suspended stock trading and investing. Attorney General Ken Paxton Tuesday issued 13 civil investigative demands to Discord, Robinhood Financial, Robinhood Markets, Robinhood Securities, Interactive Brokers, TD Ameritrade, TD Bank, E-Trade, Webull Financial, Public Holdings, M1 Holdings, Citadel Financial, and Apex Clearing Corporation regarding the prohibition of stock purchases requiring higher margin reserves for trading certain companies and suspending chat platform activity. In addition to the public statements and internal documents, the CIDs request copies of all terms of service, policies related to the content control and moderation, and communication between platforms and moderators of chat servers, including decisions to limit, control, or prevent access to the Discord r/Wall Street Bets server. Wall Street corporations cannot limit public access to the free market, nor should they censor discussions surrounding it, particularly for their own benefit. This apparent coordination between hedge funds, trading platforms, and web servers to shut down threats to their market dominance is shockingly unprecedented and wrong. It stinks of corruption, said Attorney General Paxton. I'm hopeful that these companies will step up and cooperate with the CIDs in order to clear any confusion over why stock purchases were forcibly closed and while even conversation around these stocks was silenced. Following the GameStop stock surge, the companies received CIDs, took extraordinary and unusual steps to limit access to the market, including forcibly closing off access to American citizens attempting to make trades and investments. So thank God Texas is at least standing up. I don't think they'll get much out of this. I think you probably have a better chance of getting the class action lawsuit and a judge on your side if he's not bought off ahead of time. But at least a state is standing up. At least a state is standing up, and of course it's going to be Texas. That's what they do, right? It's better than no state standing up. But I doubt they'll get a lot out of it. Here's the meme I wanted to show you just because I thought it was funny. Check this out. Oh, I saw this earlier on Twitter as well. Wheels on a shopping cart be like. That's funny. That's funny as shit. You always got that one wheel that like wiggles and squeaks or locks up or whatever the fuck it's doing. That's funny. All right, quick, before we end, in case anybody sent a donation in and it hasn't cleared yet, let's read through this right quick, and then we'll kill it for the night. HR 127. What to bring down the very thing that made them rich. HR 127 says to provide for the licensing of. So this hasn't went a whole lot of places. Okay, it was introduced January. I wanted to get you like freaked out about it, but if it makes another move, we need to know about it. Okay, that's why I'm monitoring it. January 4th, it was introduced and it hasn't done anything other than that. It went to a committee and it's just sat. To provide for the licensing of firearm and ammunition possession and the registration of firearms, and to prohibit the possession of certain ammunition. Ms. Jackson Lee introduced the following bill, which is referred to the Committee on Judiciary. To provide for the licensing of firearm ammunition and possession and registration of firearms, and to prohibit possession of certain ammunition, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Firearm licensing and registration system in general, Chapter 44 of Title 18 United States Code is amended by adding the following. Licensing of firearm and ammunition, possession, registration of firearm. In general, the Attorney General, through the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, shall establish a system for licensing, possession of firearms, ammunition in the United States, and the registration with the Bureau of each firearm present in the United States. Firearm registration system. Required information. Under the firearm registration system, the owner of a firearm shall transmit to the Bureau the make, model, and serial number of the firearm, the identity of the owner of the firearm, the date the firearm was acquired by the owner, and where the firearm is or will be stored, a notice specifying the identity of any person to whom and any period of time during which the firearm will be loaned to the person, deadline for supplying the information, transmission required by paragraph 1 shall be made. A, in the case of firearm required before the effective date of this section, within 3 months after the effective date. So this just isn't new guns. These are old guns. Or, in the case of a firearm required on or after the effective date, the date the owner acquires the firearm. Database. In general, the Attorney General shall establish and maintain a database of all firearms registered pursuant to the subsection. The Attorney General shall make the contents of the database accessible to all members of the public, all federal, state, and local law enforcement authorities, all branches of the United States Armed Forces, and all state and local government as defined by the Bureau. So this will also be open to the public licensing system, except otherwise provided in the subsection where the Attorney General shall issue to an individual a license to possess a firearm and ammunition if the individual has attained 21 years of age after applying for the license, undergoes criminal background check conducted by the National Instant NICS system, established under the Section 103 of the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, and check does not indicate that the possession of a firearm by the individual would violate subsection G or N, undergoes a psychological evaluation conducted in accordance with paragraph 2, and the evaluation does not indicate that the individual is psychologically unsuited to possess a firearm, and successfully completes a training course certified by the Attorney General in the use, safety, and storage of firearms that includes at least 24 hours of training. demonstrates that on issuance of the license, the individual will have in effect an insurance policy issued under subsection D. Antique firearms display license. The holder of the license issued under paragraph A supplies proof that the individual owns an antique firearm, describes the manner in which the firearm will be displayed in accordance with the regulations prescribed by the Attorney General, certifies that the firearm will so be displayed, demonstrates the individual has provided for storage of the firearm safe and faculty approved by the Attorney General for the storage of firearms. Military-style weapons license. Good night, Tim. I don't know why I said Tim. I meant Kim. The Attorney General says issue a license to own and possess a military firearm if the individual is the holder of a license issued under subparagraph A. After applying for the license under subparagraph, has successfully completed the training course certified by the Attorney General in the use safety of storage of weapons that includes at least 24 hours of training and live fire training. Psychological evaluation. The evaluation is conducted with compliance to substandards of the Attorney General. The evaluation is conducted by a licensed psychologist approved by the Attorney General as deemed necessary to the licensed psychologist involved. The evaluation includes a psychological evaluation of other members of the household in which the individual resides. So they're going to get all your family. As part of the psychological evaluations, the licensed psychologist interviewed any spouse of the individual, any former spouse of the individual, and at least 2 other persons who are the member of the family of and an associate of the individual. Further determined that the state of mental and emotional and relational stability of the individual in relation to the firearms. Denial. This isn't even Biden. Denial of license. The individual is prohibited by the federal law from possessing a firearm, or the individual has been hospitalized with a mental illness, disturbance, or diagnosis, including depression, homicidal ideation, suicidal ideation, attempted suicide, or addiction to controlled substances within the meaning of the Controlled Substance Act, or alcohol, or a brain disease, including dementia or Alzheimer's, or on account of conduct that endangers self of others. So who does account of conduct? So your ex-wife could call and be like, I think he might hurt himself or others. Authorized, the Attorney General may deny such a license if individual's psychological evaluation indicates that the individual has chronic mental illness, disturbance, or brain disease referred to in this paragraph, and is addicted to a controlled substance or alcohol, or has attempted to commit suicide. Prior psychological treatment and evaluation, the individual indicated that the individual engaged in the conduct that posed danger to self or others. You can also have it suspended for any of these things. You can have it revoked for any of these things. It expires every 5 years, or 1 year if you're like on a watch list, or 3 years after the most recent renewal. You have to renew it. You have a 60-day period that begins with the date the license expired. Firearm insurance. The Attorney General shall issue any person who has applied for license pursuant to subsection C and has paid to the Attorney General the fee specified in paragraph 2 of this subsection a policy that insures the person against liability. The fee specified for this paragraph is $800. Military weapon is defined. The term military style weapon means any firearm or copies or duplicates of the firearm in any caliber known as Norinco, Mitchell, Polytech, Avtomat, Kalashnikovs. Action Arms, Israeli Militia Industries, Uzi, Galil, Barrett, AR-70, Colt, AR-15, Fabrique National, FN FAL, LAR, FNC, SWD M10, M11, M11-9, M12, an AUG, Intratec, Tech 9, Tech DC-9, Tech 22, so even 22 calibers, revolving cylinder shotguns such as similar to the Street Sweeper and Striker 12. Jesus. Semi-automatic rifle that has the ability to accept a detachable magazine and has at least 2 of the following. So a folding, this is the same as the Bill Clinton one. folding or telescopic sight, pistol grip that produces conspicuously beneath the action of the weapons, a bayonet mount, a flash suppressor, or threaded barrel designed to accommodate a flash suppressor, a grenade launcher, a semi-automatic pistol that has the ability to accept a detachable magazine and has at least 2 of ammunition magazine that attaches to the outside of the pistol grip. A threaded barrel capable of accepting barrel extender, flash suppressor, forward hand grip, or silencer. A shroud that is attached to or partially or completely encircles the barrel that permits the shooter to hold the firearm with non-trigger hand without the being burned. Manufactured weight of 50 ounces or more when the pistol is unloaded. A semi-automatic version of an automatic firearm, a semi-automatic shotgun that has at least 2 of the following: folding stock or telescopic sight, pistol grip, fixed magazine capacity in excess of 5 rounds, and ability to accept a detachable magazine. Clerical amendment. The table sections for such chapter is amended by adding at the end of the following. Deadline for reestablishment. So that's stupid. Prohibitions. Shall unlawful person to possess a firearm and ammunition unless the person is carrying a valid license, so you have to carry it on you. In the case of a firearm owned by the person, the firearm is registered to that person. In the case of the firearm owned by another person, the firearm is registered to such person, and such other person is notified the Attorney General that the firearm is loaned. So that's, if you loan a gun to somebody, they have to have a license, and if you don't answer when they call and say, hey, did you loan this person to somebody? Confiscation. It shall be unlawful for a person to transfer a firearm or ammunition to a person who is not licensed. It shall be unlawful for the person to sell or give away a firearm or ammunition to another person who has notified the Attorney General of the sale or gift. It shall be unlawful for a person to loan a firearm or ammunition to another person unless the person has notified the Attorney General of the loan, including the identity of such a person and the period for which the loan is made. It shall be unlawful for a person with valid issued under Section 13 to transfer a firearm to an individual who has not attained 18 years of age. A person who possesses a firearm or to whom license is issued shall have in effect an insurance policy. Whoever knowingly violates 922A shall be fined no less than $75,000 and not more than $150,000. Imprisoned for no less than 15 years and no more than 25 years, or both. Whoever knowingly violates Section 922BB shall be fined no less than $50,000 and not more than $75,000. Imprisoned not less than 10 and not more than 15 years, or both. Whoever knowingly violates 922BB2 shall be fined $30,000 and $50,000, at least 5 years, no more than 10. Whoever knowingly violates 922BB3 shall be fined not less than $5,000 and $10,000. 75,000, 100,000, 15, and 25, or both, except that the transferee of the firearm possesses use of firearm in relation of a crime, an unintentional shooting, or suicide. The transfer shall be fined no less than 100,000 and 100. So if they use it for a crime, an unintentional shooting, or a suicide, your fines actually go up. We got another 50,000, 10, and 20. Conforming amendments, elimination of the prohibition of the establishment of centralized fire alarm registration system. So elimination of the prohibition on establishment of centralized firearm registration system, Section 926A, such as title is amended, striking out the second sentence. Effective date, the amendments made by the subsection shall take effect on the date registered. Thank you. What else? Certain ammunition. That's what I wanted to get to. It is unlawful for any person to possess ammunition that is 50 caliber or greater. It shall be unlawful for any person to possess large capacity ammunition feeding device. Subparagraph A shall not apply to the manufacturer, possession department, or agency of the United States Department, an employer, or contractor, licensee under the Atomic Energy Act. That's what does the Department of Energy shit. The manufacturer license of importer or purposes of testing or experimentation, firearm training, or registered with the Attorney General. Large capacity feeding devices are defined as the term large capacity ammunition feeding device means magazine, belt, drum, feed strip, or similar device that has the capacity of or that can be readily restored or converted to accept more than 10 rounds. Everything over that's large capacity, but does not include an attached tubular device designed to accept or capable of operating with 22 caliber rimfire. Penalties. The penalty for that one is $50,000 and $100,000 for a high capacity magazine, 10 and 20. And then there's another one for transferring it at 10,000, 25,000, 1 and 5, or both. So there you go. This bill has made no progress whatsoever, but it is sitting out of committee. If it gets committee approval, that means it goes to the floor for a vote, and I will let you know. Guys, thanks for the donation. I think we got 3, all from the Mad Weed Scientist. Made $6. There you go. I appreciate it, guys. We're going to get out of here for the night. Again, it's 1 a.m. We will be back tomorrow. There's no streams up. I figured there'd be one up at least by 1. If you want to check out woke.net, it's just woke.net. I'll throw it over here. If you want to check out woke.net, about 3 a.m. is when the protest over in Portland will probably kick off. Check it out. That's just too late for me. I got to eat some supper, take a shower, and go to bed. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with Ollie, too. He likes it. He likes it when he gets to come on the show. You guys have a good night, and we'll see you on the next one.
Never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. To play.